The midnight ambush. Reuniting with Bakugo, Toru, Todoroki, and Tokoyami brought Yuta a brief sense of relief. They had successfully repelled the previous waves of villains, and for a fleeting moment, it seemed like they were in the clear. As the group made their way back to camp through the dark woods, Yuta discreetly checked his hero time. Only 10 minutes left. His jaw clenched. That's not much time left. And yet they were still coming. The sound of rustling leaves abruptly shattered the quiet night. Yuta's instincts flared. Another attack. Again? He had already fought so many villains alone, yet they just kept coming. Now, he was starting to get angry. Before they could react, a fresh group of villains burst out from the shadows. In the chaos, Yuta caught sight of Bakugo fighting with unrelenting fury, his explosions illuminating the forest like bursts of daylight. Then, in a blink, he vanished. Bakugo! Yuta's heart pounded as he frantically scanned the area. Where did he go? Todoroki's sharp eyes locked onto a masked figure slipping away through the trees. He pointed. There! He must have taken Bakugo. The team immediately gave chase, tearing through the dense forest. Even Yuta, despite his speed, struggled to navigate in the darkness. He couldn't afford to waste hero time outside of combat, yet every second counted. The masked villain, Mr. Compress, darted through the trees effortlessly, holding a small marble in his hand. Bakugo, compressed into a tiny, helpless form. Stop him, Tokoyami commanded, sending Dark Shadow lunging at the villain. But Mr. Compress was fast, too fast. He effortlessly evaded each attack, slipping away like a ghost. And just when they thought they were closing in, their path was blocked. Two figures emerged from the shadows. Villains. Not just any villains. Named ones. Dangerous ones. The first was Muscular, a monstrous brute with bulging muscles and a wicked grin. The second was Dabi, his hands flickering with eerie blue flames. Yuta let out a frustrated sigh. Why them? Why now, when I have so little hero time left? His expression hardened. Listen up. These two aren't like the ones we fought before. They're far more dangerous. Yuta stepped forward. Todoroki, can you handle the blue flame guy? The rest of you, keep chasing Mr. Compress and save Bakugo. We can't afford to lose him. Todoroki gave a sharp nod. Understood. But be careful. If they set up a trap here, there could be more ahead. Yuta turned his focus to Muscular, who was cracking his knuckles, his massive frame looming over him. So, you're the new one for all user, huh? Muscular grinned. I fought that green-haired brat earlier. Kid had guts, but he ran off with some kid in the middle of our fight. I hope you're stronger than him. Before Yuta could respond, Muscular charged. Fast. Too fast for someone his size. Yuta barely managed to dodge, activating one for all in an instant. 30% power. His fist shot forward, smashing into Muscular's gut. Boom. The impact sent shockwaves through the air, and Muscular stumbled back, but only for a second. Then his grin widened. Oh, now that's more like it, he bellowed, rolling his shoulders. Much better than that other kid. At least your arms didn't snap. But you're going to need a lot more than that to take me down. Muscular lunged again, this time faster, wilder, his fists tearing through the air like cannonballs. Yuta grit his teeth. 30% isn't enough. He needed more. His hero time was running out. But he had no choice. Dum 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 dum. The forest trembled as King's engine kicked in. The sound of battle drums echoed in Yuta's chest. His power surged, pushing his body just short of its breaking point. Yuta ramped up his strength, 40% OFA. Then he pushed further, forcing his limits past the threshold, drawing out an explosive 60% OFA. A red aura crackled around him, his veins straining. His eyes locked onto Muscular. I don't have time to waste on you. Get lost. Yuta's voice was cold, sharp, absolute. Muscular grinned, his muscles bulging grotesquely. Big words, kid. Let's see if you can back them up. He roared, charging again, muscles expanding like a monster's armor. Yuta narrowed his eyes. You asked for it. And then he attacked. Todoroki versus Dabi. Todoroki squared off against Dabi, his gaze steady as the tension crackled between them. The villain smirked, blue flames flickering at his fingertips. "Don't even try," Dabi sneered. "Your fire is nothing compared to mine. I was made better than you." There was mockery in his voice, but beneath it, a bitter edge of anger. Todoroki's eyes narrowed. There was something in those words, something that struck deep. "You talk like you know what it means to be made." "But you don't," Todoroki replied coldly, his own irritation bubbling up. Dabi chuckled, the sound hollow. "No, trust me. No one understands that better than me." His expression darkened. "After all, my father wanted me to be the best. His greatest creation, like I was some kind of tool." The words hung in the air, but Todoroki didn't respond. It was pointless to argue with a villain. Dabi seemed to recognize the silence for what it was and smirked. "Fine. Guess we're done talking." Without another word, he attacked. Todoroki reacted instantly, raising a wall of ice to counter. The flames smashed into it, melting the ice in an instant, but it gave him just enough time to counterattack. He lashed out with a combined blast of fire and ice, forcing Dabi to leap back. "You're not getting past me," Todoroki said, stepping forward. He knew Dabi's goal wasn't to fight them. It was to secure Bakugo. Dabi laughed, a cold and mirthless sound. "You can't protect everyone, Shoto, but let's see you try." Todoroki faltered for half a second. Shoto. It wasn't just the way he said it. It was who was saying it. His name, coming from this villain's mouth, sent a sharp jolt through him. Anger surged in its place. The two clashed again, their flames roaring against each other. Orange and blue fire collided, creating a massive shockwave that rattled the forest. Todoroki knew he had to keep Dabi focused on him. He couldn't let him go after Yuta, who was fighting Muscular alone. Pushing himself further, he poured more power into his flames, forcing Dabi to step back. "You won't win," Todoroki said, voice steady. "We're getting Bakugo back, no matter what." For the briefest moment, Dabi's smirk wavered. But then, his flames flared even stronger, and the battle raged on. Yuta versus Muscular, unleashed power. Yuta knew he was at his limit, but limits were meant to be broken. Taking a deep breath, he let one for all surge through him, the raw energy roaring inside his body. His heart pounded in his chest, King's engine kicking into overdrive. "Time to end this," Yuta muttered. He had no more room to hold back. Pushing himself past his previous limit, he activated 60% of One for All. His aura flared, crackling with raw power. Muscular grinned, completely unaware of what was about to hit him. "Oh, this is going to be fun," he roared, launching himself forward with blinding speed. Yuta clenched his fists. The thing was, Deku took this guy down with 45%. Yuta was at 60%, which meant the moment their fists collided, it was over. A sickening, bone-crushing shockwave tore through the air. The sheer force of the punch obliterated Muscular's torso, his entire upper body erupting in a gruesome explosion of blood and gore. The forest fell silent. Yuta stood there, his eyes wide, breath unsteady. His mind raced to process what had just happened. This wasn't a normal fight. This wasn't like sparring with All Might. Muscular's entire body had been torn apart. Yuta gulped. He'd never used this much power on a human before. The last time he had fought at this level was against All Might, a man who could withstand it. Muscular, for all his strength, wasn't built to survive this. The realization sank in. He had killed a villain. For a second, Yuta felt nothing. No regret, no guilt. Muscular was a monster who wouldn't hesitate to kill children. Why should he care? But then another thought struck him. Hero protocols. Killing was against the rules, even if the villain deserved it. Damn. Yuta exhaled, running a hand through his hair. He glanced at the mess, the torn flesh, the blood splattered across the forest floor. If someone found this, he'd be in trouble. I have to hide the body. Panic surged through him. Yuta activated One for All again, burning more of his remaining hero time as he gathered up the gore, shoving it into his storage space one chunk at a time. "I'll just dump it somewhere later. Or incinerate it," He almost forgot about Bakugo, almost forgot that his hero time was burning away. Yuta took a deep breath, pushing the thoughts away. No time to panic. He turned his gaze back toward the battle. The others were still fighting, and the mission wasn't over yet.
Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
After defeating Muscular, Yuta quickly hid the villain's dead body in his system space. God only knows how much trouble he would be in if someone found him here like this. Though he can't do anything about his blood itself, but it's fine, he can just lie that he punched him and injured him to the point that Muscular has to run. Hopefully, that detective won't come again asking him questions. He couldn't afford to waste any more time, but Bakugo was still in danger, and every second counted. He sprinted through the forest, even wasting more HT to just speed himself up. Saving hero time would be pointless if he was late, his senses on high alert as he tracked the direction Mr. Compress had fled. Yuta's mind raced as he ran, his heart pounding not just from the exertion, but from the urgency of the situation as well. Knowing that this was the cause of the entire fight between All Might and All for One, where All Might lost most of his powers, Yuta wanted to stop Bakugo from getting kidnapped at any cost. Finally, he saw a clearing up ahead. Bursting through the trees, Yuta spotted Mr. Compress, the masked guy who kidnapped Bakugo, a short distance away, still holding the marble containing Bakugo. His friends, Tokoyami and Toru, were already engaging other villains, keeping them at bay. There he is, Yuta shouted, pointing at Mr. Compress. The villain turned, eyes widening in surprise at the sight of Yuta barreling towards him. Desperate to save Bakugo, Yuta summoned every ounce of his remaining HT he got left, pushing his already exhausted body to its limits by adding King Engine and Soru. He leapt forward, closing the gap between him and Mr. Compress with astonishing speed, almost vanishing from his place. The villain who was smug just before saw that the ball in his hand was gone. Yuta got it. He got it. Others who saw this shouted in enthusiasm. Hero time renew in 1 hour. Shit. Yuta is always checking on his hero time. He knew that he would run out of HT sooner than later, but at least he got Bakugo. Haha, that was very impressive. Shigaraki told us about you and that other kid. The masked man said with a chuckle. Yuta didn't care. He currently was in danger, and not having powers meant he was useless. He was just about to run away, but then the ball he was holding in his hand changed, turning into not Bakugo, but rather Izuku. What? Yuta's eyes widened. He understood, and before his mind even resisted, he once again dashed towards the masked man, no power this time, but still ready to take Bakugo from his hands no matter the case. He knew that it was dangerous, but his failing now will cause much trouble later. How the hell did they get Midoriya in the first place? Is that why the muscular guy came after me? They were also targeting both me and Izuku. Just as he reached out to grab the marble, a dark, swirling portal appeared between them. No! Yuta yelled, recognizing the portal as Kirojiri's Quirk. The villain's misty form materialized, his eyes gleaming with malevolent intent. Just before taking away Bakugo, they even turned Bakugo into his real form just to taunt him. Yuta watched in horror as Kirojiri's portal enveloped Mr. Compress and Bakugo. He dove forward, trying to intercept them, but it was too late. The portal began to close. Bakugo's terrifying eyes. It's terrifying and not terrified. Read that again. Meeting Yuta's for a split second before he vanished. Ka-chan. Izuku's voice echoed through the clearing, filled with frustration and despair. He landed on the ground where the portal had been, his fists clenched in helpless fury. He had been so close that he even got to the portal before Yuta did, but Yuta, on the other hand, well, his hero time had run out, leaving him powerless. The exhaustion from using one for all at 60%, combined with the intense physical and emotional strain, left him on the verge of collapse. This was the first time he lost all of his HT in a battle. Even when training, he didn't use all of it, just keeping enough to any unwanted situation. So this was the first time he was experiencing exhaustion when he didn't have hero time. Izuku pounded the ground in frustration, his body trembling with fatigue and injuries. Muscular really did a number on him, and most likely he was captured by that masked man, just like Bakugo during the fight. Todoroki and the others rushed over, their faces grim but determined. "Yuta, are you okay?" Todoroki asked, helping him to his feet. "I'm fine," Yuta replied, though his voice was strained. "But Bakugo, they took him." Todoroki's expression hardened. "We have to regroup. Let Aizawa know this," Todoroki said. Tenya also nodded. In fact, he too was about to suggest the same. Yuta nodded, taking a deep breath to steady himself. "You're right. We need to inform Aizawa-sensei and the other pro-heroes. What else we can do anyway? Damn it. If only I had a little more hero time left." Major quest: a friend in need. Main quest: find and save Bakugo. Rewards: the aftermath of Bakugo's kidnapping and the attack on the summer training camp left Class 1A in shock. The students returned to UA, immediately cutting the camp short, and many has to go to hospital to treat their injuries, like some students from Class 1B and the Wild Pussycats. Everyone had their minds clouded with worry and guilt. Despite their best efforts, they had been unable to protect one of their own. The media quickly caught wind of the incident, descending on UA like vultures. Headlines screamed about the school's failure to safeguard its students, questioning the competence of the teachers and the safety of the institution. Reporters camped outside the gates, clamoring for statements from anyone willing to speak. The pressure on UA was immense, and the school found itself in the eye of a public relations storm. It wasn't helpful that something similar happened only this year, not so long ago. Inside the hospital, the atmosphere was somber. Students, teachers, and parents moved through the halls with a sense of urgency, but also a heavy weight of responsibility. Class 1A, in particular, was feeling the brunt of the situation. They gathered in their classroom, each student trying to come to terms with what had happened. Aizawa, also known as Eraserhead, entered the room, his usual stern expression even more serious than usual. "I know you're all feeling a lot right now. It's normal to be upset and angry, but we need to focus on what we can do next. We will find Bakugo and bring him back. You students don't have to put all the blame on yourself. It was our failure as a hero that we let something like happen. UA will take full responsibility about this." All Might had also been deeply affected by Bakugo's kidnapping. He felt a personal responsibility, knowing that he himself was on a vacation and relaxing when this happened. He is responsible in this. All Might worked tirelessly with the police and pro-heroes after that, using his extensive network to gather information on the League of Villains and their whereabouts. His normally cheerful demeanor was replaced with a grim face, which was ready to just throw a smash at those villains' faces. Nizu held meetings with top heroes and strategists to formulate a rescue plan. The school's reputation was on the line, but more importantly, a student's life was at stake. Nizu knew they needed to act fast and even make a plan to act just under 24 hours of the child's kidnapped. So while pre-recorded news will go live, they all will act together. Back at UA, the heroes and police gathered all available intel. They identified potential hideouts and began planning their next move. Among those leading the charge were All Might and Eraserhead, along with heroes like Endeavor, Best Jeanist, and Gran Torino. They knew the risks, but were prepared to face them head-on to save Bakugo. Thanks to the excellent information network, they would know the location of the villains and even all their identities and powers. All Might would lead one team, while Endeavor and other top heroes would lead additional teams. Eraserhead and a select group of UA teachers and students would provide support, ready to move in and assist as needed. The students were also for forming their own plan to find Bakugo and save him. Izuku, Tendia, Momo, Todoroki, and many more got ready to save Bakugo. This time, as well, Momo come in handy. She creates a tracking device and throws it at the portal just like in the anime. She was the only person who could find Bakugo in the groups. It also was only her help that the heroes have such accurate information about the villain's location. But while almost all the students of UA were present there was just one person who was not. Not in the hospital, or in UA, was he present in that last 10 hours? It was like no one knew that he came. Where is Yuta? Do anyone know? Someone asked. No didn't see him earlier? Others also shook their head in denial. No one saw Yuta. I know. He came to meet me earlier. Momo suddenly said. Oh, then did he told where he was going? I don't even know his place. We can use him right now. I don't know. He just came and... I can't seems to remember. I'm sure that he came. He bought that flowers for me. But I can't remember what we talked about. Now that I think about it, he just came and put the flowers there and left. No, that's not possible. How come I don't remember? Momo sounded confused. The pro-heroes gathered in a secluded warehouse, finalizing their plans for the surgical strike on the villain base. All Might, Eraserhead, Endeavor, Best Jeanist, and Gran Torino stood around a large table, studying a detailed map of the area. Even a ton of police were present to give some assistance. Remember, no lethal attacks. Young Bakugo is still with them. No one shoots or uses any sort of lethal attack. All Might said, his voice firm. We have to get Bakugo out safely and capture as many villains as possible. We've identified a potential hideout, but we need to confirm it's the right place. And with that, the plan finally started. A young hero, disguised as a delivery boy, was chosen for the reconnaissance mission. He approached the suspected hideout with a package in hand, pretending to be lost. As he knocked on the door, a villain opened it, eyeing him suspiciously. This villain was the most decent-looking fellow in their little group of misfits. The disguised hero kept his cool, making up a story about a delivery mix-up and needing confirmation of the address. His real intention was to distract all the villain's attention for a few seconds, which he did, and then subtly pressed a hidden button on his uniform, sending a signal to the waiting heroes. Outside, All Might and the other heroes received the signal. It's time, All Might declared. His eyes steely with the usual smile was there, but no one would say that he was smiling because he was happy. The heroes moved into position, surrounding the building quietly to avoid detection. On All Might's signal, the heroes surged into the hideout, taking the villains by surprise. All Might led the charge. I am here, shouted the hero as he broke the sidewall of the second-story building, smashing an entire section for other heroes to come in. And that was the plan. With the help of All Might, other heroes worked to quickly neutralize the villains as soon as possible. Eraserhead used his quirk to nullify the abilities of the villains, making them easier to subdue. Gran Torino zipped around, delivering precise blows to disorient and incapacitate the foes. The heroes worked seamlessly together, their coordination flawless. Within seconds, they had most of the villains restrained and incapacitated. They even have Bakugo in sight, looking totally unharmed, if others didn't know better than some might think that he was working with the villains. At least that's what it felt like after seeing that face of his. Hang on, young Bakugo, we're getting you out of here, All Might said, his voice filled with relief. Bakugo himself was shocked at how things happened within seconds that he was stunned, taking some time before he could even comprehend what All Might was talking about, let alone reply to him. Just as All Might reached out to untie Bakugo, a strange, dark portal began to form in the center of the room. No! All Might's eyes widened, and so was the case with other heroes. They all turned towards Kuroji's. He was restrained so. Before they could react, the portal expanded, sucking in Bakugo and the restrained villains. The heroes tried to grab them, but the portal's pull was too strong. In an instant, Bakugo and the villains vanished, leaving the heroes staring at an empty room. All Might's heart sank as he realized what had happened. Eraserhead cursed under his breath. Damn it, what happened? Give me a report of the surrounding. The Quirk shouldn't have much range, it's not Kuroji. Find them. Endeavor's flames flickered angrily around him as he growled. What the hell did you say? Due to the nature of his quirk, he didn't directly enter the hideout or take action. He only helps out a little bit while staying out to catch any villains who escape. This was also when a certain boy roamed around the city to find the exact location of the villains. And soon he found it. But there was a problem. What the? This is the Nomu factory. Yuta almost shouted when he saw the factory from far on top of another building with a Sharingan. He didn't see anyone in the factory. Only Nomu. The hell! If I knew that the location was incorrect, then I wouldn't have gone into so much trouble of putting Momo into a Jinjutsu to get this tracker device from her. That too without her knowing. Maybe I should just go with them. I remember that those people will go after Bakugo too, if the plot continues, that is. But if they're also going to follow Momo's tracker, then Yuta suddenly makes an annoyed face. Those idiots are going to show up here soon. Size. Pro heroes were not the only ones in this case. Izuku Midoriya, Momoyasu, Shoto Todoroki, Tenya Ida, and Eijiro Kurishima secretly planned their rescue mission. It was a half-baked plan as best, but they just wanted to do something to help, just didn't want to do anything. So the group disguised themselves to avoid drawing attention, mostly to hide their identity and look older than they were. Izuku dressed like a punk. Momo opted for high-class lady outfit. Todoroki wore clothes like stylish arctics or a player boy. Whatever you may decide to name it, Tenya disguised himself like a butler for some reason, while Kirishima, well, he didn't change much, just a little hairstyle change, and he was now wearing some strange hero prompt which looked like long robotic ears. And though they actually stand out more, especially how none of them looked like they should know each other, their goal of distinguishing was achieved. Following Momo's tracker, they moved stealthily through the city, avoiding the main streets and keeping to the shadows. The tracker led them to a nondescript industrial area. The building they approached looked abandoned from the outside, its windows dark and its exterior worn. "This must be it," Momo whispered, checking the device. "Stay alert, everyone." Instead of entering the building directly, they first decided to peek inside to understand the situation. But they were for a disappointing realization, plus more shocking things were waiting for them. "Oh no," Kirishima breathed, his eyes wide with horror. Izuku, hearing this, got tense and got up to peek from the window himself, only for his eyes to widen as well, making him stunned in disbelief. "This is where they make the Nomu," Izuku said with pursed lips. Yet he remembers the main goal, looking around to find Bakugo. There is no sign of him or the League of Villains there. "We need to get out of here," Todoroki said, his voice tense. "This place is dangerous." As they turned to leave, they heard footsteps echoing through the hallways. Their hearts raced as they pressed against the walls, trying to stay hidden. However, they soon realized they weren't alone in the factory. The doors burst open, and a group of pro heroes stormed in, led by Best Jeanist, Gang Orca Mount Lady, and a few more. Izuku and others hide behind the wall, not uttering a single word right now. He would be in a hell of a trouble if someone were to find him here now. "Pros are here," Izuku whispered in surprise. "How do they know?" "I gave a copy of the tracker to them as well," Momo whispered. Before they could comprehend what was happening, a powerful presence filled the room. A man stepped out from the shadows, his aura menacing and overwhelming. The man had no face, no eye, nose, or other features. He was even wearing some kind of mask, pipes coming out of that mask. It hardly could be for decoration, most likely for life support of some sort. It was all for one, the mastermind behind the League of Villains, though the students didn't recognize him. Before anyone could do anything, Best Gianinsta restrained AFO with his threats. It even looked like that he captured him. But that wasn't the case. He only just restrained him for a few seconds. AFO on the very next second got free and even made everyone to take 2 steps back. In the next second he attacked, an attack so strong that it almost blasted the entire factor apart. Boom! The students watched in horror as with just one attack, that villain defeated most of the pro heroes. Some of them were even in the top 10 in rankings, like Best Jeanist in rank 4. The sheer aura of this man made them shake, as the power he was extruding was immense. Their heart was beating fast, breaths shortened, and sweat was forming in their head. All for One smiled darkly. Clapping slowly, he said, "Number 4 pro hero Best Jeanist, you certainly live up to your reputation. At that last movement, you were able not only to dodge the attack yourself, but also save both Mount Lady and Gang Orca. I am impressed. Maybe I can get some use to your quirk." With that, AFO used his quirk to pierce Best Jeanist and check his quirk, but upon learning about his quirk, he stops. "I see. Your quirk needs extreme precision and training. I'm afraid I won't be able to use this." To this, Best Jeanist retorted an attack AFO once again. Or at least Deck died, to cause before even he could do anything AFO did another powerful attack, something which almost blasted the ground apart. The student hiding were shaking at this point. The power of this villain was beyond them. He was too powerful. Clenching their fists, they all just stood in despair as they knew that they can't find against this enemy. But then, dum dum dum, dum 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 dum, dum. The students who were hiding were paralyzed with fear. The presence of the villains, especially All for One, filled them with a desperation they had never known. Watching the pro-heroes struggle and get hurt only deepened their helplessness. They wanted to move, to help, but their bodies wouldn't obey. Izuku, Momo, Tenya, Todoroki, and Kirishima all just stood there and couldn't do shit. But that was when they all heard a sound they were very familiar with. The unmistakable, rhythmic pounding of a heart beating. There's only one person who has this kind of heartbeat. It was a sound they all recognized. Only one person had that kind of heartbeat when he was ready to fight. Yuta, All for One, towering over the battered heroes, prepared to deliver a killing blow to Best Jeanist. It was very easy for him to kill someone like Best Jeanist. Just as All for One's attack was about to land, the sound of that heartbeat grew louder. Finally, the big bad villain noticed this sound. Only after the debate subsided that AFO realized that this attack didn't connect. A young hero with blue hair, eyes glowing with intensity, and blue lightning crackling around him was holding Best Jeanist in his hands as he grabbed the hero and protected him. Yo, I was looking for a blonde kid with an ugly-ass face and explosive personality. See him anywhere. He is my age. Just tone down the handsomest level. Ring any bells? Yuta said casually, though the tense expression on his face was betraying his act. That idiot. Almost all of his classmates almost facepalm at this entry. Why he is here? God, what we do? We have to save him. No 1 minute. Maybe him coming is for the best. Remember, although he might be our classmate and class representative, but he is also the student who beat All Might. And I mean really beat All Might. Until the heroes come here, he is the only one who can hold that villain back. Izuku and others talk with hushed voices. The presence of Yuta finally giving them a little hope, but at the same time, they feel incompetent upon seeing how Yuta move and even saves Best Jeanist when they themselves can't. All for One's eyes narrowed. Ah, you're the one Shigaraki told me about? He sneered. I can tell that you don't have one for all in you, though it has similar power. It's strange how your quirk is so similar to his. If not for the fact that there exists another who all might have chosen as a successor, I might have really considered you the next bearer of one for all, AFO said with curiosity in his tone, and the fact he could just tell that what Yuta has was similar to OFA yet different was frightening. Just what kind of insight one has to have do that? Yuta's heart pounded in his ears, each beat making his blood pump faster, making him stronger and burning the limited amount of hero time he had for today. He saved as much as possible, but that wasn't to fight the main villain. He came to just save Bakugo, just like the system demanded of him. But, quest update. A friend in need, heroes in need. Main quest. Be the hero and save everyone. What kind of bullshit this has to be that he now has to save everyone. But what else he can do? Another thing which made him feel like giving up the quest for the first time was the man standing him. He knew the man was the main villain. He focused, channeling one for all at 60% with the help of his King's engine. The blue lightning around him intensified, sparking with raw power. He knew he had to act fast to protect the heroes and buy them some time. Sharingan came to life, making his hero time consumption peak at 3x faster. With a burst of speed, Yuta dashed towards All for One, his fist aimed straight at the villain's chest. The punch was powerful, and Yuta, thanks to the amount of OFA he was using plus Soru, even was faster than All Might. So the attack actually connected, pushing All for One staggering back, and for a second, even the man himself was surprised at how fast Yuta was. But that speed is pointless when the attack itself is not strong enough. All for One has survived All Might full power punches many times, so a mere 60% punch was nothing to him. With just a few quirk enhancements, he could endure it. Yuta clenched his jaw, just seeing how the same punch, which turned Muscular into noddles, was rendered useless so easily against the man. Impressive, All for One admitted, but not enough. The villain retaliated with a powerful swipe, but Yuta was ready. He dodged with agility, both Sharingan and Spider Sense working overtime, his movements precise and calculated. Each heartbeat echoed in his mind, guiding his actions. He knew he couldn't afford to let fear or doubt creep in. Yuta countered with a series of rapid punches, each one crackling with the energy of One for All. However, Yuta could feel that All for One was not taking him seriously. But that was fine. With a quick glance, he could see Best Jeanist taking out all the down heroes out of there. Fourth-ranked hero he might be, but he knew that he couldn't handle the villain in front of him. He also realized who the kid who saved him was. This was the winner of the sports festival from Class 1A. And to the surprise of him and everyone present there, Yuta was actually holding back All for One, although just barely. Best Jeanist knew that the child wouldn't last long, and that was when he was about to ask for help from the heroes on the other side, who decided to raid the main base of the villains. Unfortunately, that was when Best Jeanist saw this. Multiple portals open up, and from there, and villains come out of it. Villains who slip out of All Might and others' hands just a few seconds ago. Shigaraki, Kirojiri, and many more. And with them was one more person. This person was none other than the boy who they all worked so hard to save. Katsuki Bakugo. Yuta, upon seeing this, suddenly realized something. He was not just fighting me, but also was using his quirk to bring all of them here. Dum 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 dum. Do MDU MDUM dum dum. Suddenly the beating heart intensifies. Was it fear or the fighting spirit? Yuta wasn't sure, but he knew that he had to save others. Hey, old man, don't bring others into this fight. Fight me fair and square, Yuta said, making an amused grin appear on AFO's face, though it was hidden under the mask he was wearing. The hiding students watched in awe, their fear momentarily forgotten. Yuta's bravery reignited their own courage. They saw in him the hero they all aspired to be. An idiot hero, but a hero nonetheless. Another thing which made them excited was that they finally spotted Bakugo there. That was when Best Jeanist also listened to Aizawa's message that they lost both Bakugo and the villains, asking for area coverage. Of course, Best Jeanist immediately called out for their location. Still recovering, managed to stand. Yuta, no dynamic, that is your hero name, right? Leave Bakugo's safety and the rest of the villains to us. Just try to hold up that guy. All might be here soon. I am sorry to ask this from a student, but currently, you are the only one who can stop him. Just a few minutes, he called out, his voice filled with helplessness. As a hero, he had to ask for a student's help. That was demeaning, but there was no other way. None of the current heroes were a match for that guy. They knew it. They all also knew about Yuta, a student who even beat All Might. And though they knew that All Might would hold back, but to put the number one hero in a hospital bed, Yuta is the only one who can handle that guy until at least All Might get here. We'll back you up. Just hold on. Yuta took a deep breath, feeling the surge of energy from his king's engine. He knew this was his moment. Channeling every ounce of strength, he launched himself at All for One. All he had to do was to stop the man for a few minutes. He can do that. Tempest Kick. Impact sent the villain crashing into the ground, creating a crater with the force. But AFO was unharmed, though even the Tempest Kick by now has gotten stronger a lot by OFA 60%. TCH, you are annoying, Yuta said as he saw AFO getting up from the crater and casually dusting himself off. On the other side, all the rest of the heroes went after the recently teleported villains. Even Bakugo went ahead and fought with the villains. Other students who were hiding like Izuku and Tenya now could only hide and watch the show. The situation was like it that if they came out right now, then not only they will be scolded for going after Bakugo by themselves, putting them in danger, but it will also show that in the time of need, they stood back, hide, and didn't act. Yuta did what they couldn't. Facing All for One was a nightmare. Nothing worked on that bastard. Hell, the mother **** didn't have eyes for Yuta to use Sharingan illusion on him. He had to protect everyone, especially Bakugo and other students who were hiding on the side until All Might could arrive. He couldn't afford to fail. Not only he will lose his quest, but most likely All for One will kill of them. He is not stupid enough to believe that he will just waste time as he did in the anime. No, he will do what a villain should do. All for One smirked, his eyes glinting with amusement. So, you're the one standing in my way. Strange how things tend to repeat themselves. It's almost like yesterday, when a boy not too much older than you stood in front of me with the same determination in his eyes as you. Shame All Might doesn't know how to choose a good student when he is right in front of him. I, in this case, might be better than him. AFO said as he took a quick glance at Shigaraki. The young man he was talking about should surely be All Might. Hearing these words, Yuta just sneered, thinking in his mind, "Dude, do you really think I like facing dangerous villains like you? No thanks, I'm only doing this because of the system quest, and to save our lives." But he didn't open his mouth. What the point when soon All Might would be here? Yuta didn't waste time responding. Instead, he lunged forward, his fist crackling with the power of one for all at 60%, amplified by his King's engine. The blue lightning around him created an electric aura as he aimed a powerful punch at All for One's chest. The impact sent shockwaves through the air, but All for One merely staggered back, barely phased. "Impressive," All for One said, brushing off the dust. "Is that all you can do? Give me some rum and then see for yourself," Yuta retorted. Izuku on the side, who was falling into self-doubt upon hearing AFO calling Yuta would be a better choice for OFA, suddenly heard about rum, and his head shot up. Yes, he almost shouted, but in time he lowered his voice. They were still hiding after all. "What is it, Midoriya?" Tenya asked. "Alcohol." Yuta was able to beat All Might because he was in a drunken fist state. "We need to find him some alcohol." "Alcohol, huh? Interesting. I saw your fight at the sports festival. Honestly, it wasn't very impressive. Are you sure that you want to dull your sense, right, when you're fighting a villain like me?" AFO taunted. "TCH, what do you know? Unfortunately for you, I wasn't asking for alcohol exactly. I knew that something like this might happen. I came prepared," Yuta said with a smile on his face. And to AFO and other surprise, a bottle of expensive-looking vodka appears on Yuta's hand. Out of thin air. "Interesting. What is your quirk exactly?" "Very fascinating." Yuta didn't bother to reply. He opened the lid of the bottle and chucked down all that bitter, yet hot liquid down his throat. He felt like throwing up, but by now he had built up a resistance to bad-tasting alcohol. Other heroes, and even students there, saw this with a little complicated eyes. Some of them who had no idea why the child was drinking in the middle of a fight, no less were dumbfounded. Those who knew, though, just couldn't help but smirk secretly. Even Bakugo on the sideline snorted. "Bastard showing off again. Hey, why is he drinking? Is that alcohol? That an expensive drink he got there. Do you think he would mind sharing a little?" The villain's talks annoyed Shigaraki further. Heroes, too, were disturbed at this. All Might, who was talking to Best Jeanist all this time, as he was making his way to the fight, heard this. So when other heroes were about to stop Yuta, he called out, "No, stop, let him drink. See, I know this sounds shady, but that boy defeated me when he was drunk. I know it's absurd, but believe in this. He and all of you need him drunken until I get there. Yuta can't handle AFO sober." All Might be said, making others question what the hell was going on. "Dum dum 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 dum. Do dum 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 dum. Jihaya. Ha 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 ha." A sudden laughter broke out, making almost everyone stunned. Only those who knew about Yuta's personality remained perfectly fine. "Say, All for One, Huffeya. Do you want to dance?" Yuta giggled and somehow said what he wanted to say. It seems like he wanted to act like Madara there, but just couldn't remain still. Blue lightning crackled as the power started to increase. "Let me up the ante here a little. After all, it's only natural when fighting you." Yuta smiled, turning his already expanded limit from 40% to 50%, meaning with King's engine, he got a 50% improvement on that 50%, making it OFA 75%. "Let go." So, Yuta vanished from his place and appeared right in front of All for One. Currently, his hero time consumption was huge, but he knew that all he had to do was wait for All Might, and still then just fend off AFO. Tempest Kick. With a swift motion, All for One countered with a devastating punch of his own. Yuta barely had time to react, but with Sharingan and his spider senses, he saw the attack coming and dodged, raising his arms to block the blow. The force of the hit sent him skidding backwards. Even at OFA 75%, he was no match for this man in front of him. His feet dug trenches in the ground. Pain radiated through his body, pushing his body. Already this was making him understand what Guy and Naruto would have felt, but he gritted his teeth and held his ground. The alcohol was surely helping in this. "You've got speed, I'll give you that," All for One continued, his voice dripping with condescension. "But speed alone won't save you." Yuta took a deep breath, steadying himself, though that was impossible with Drunken Fist active, so he just gave up the idea. "Ignorant fool, a great man once said that in the world of Kung Fu, speed determines the winner." Yuta grinned again, taking out another bottle as he felt that for this pain, one was not enough. He was still acting not out of instinct. He also realized that the more power he used, the faster he becomes sober. Chucking down another bottle, though, was hard. AFO clearly saw that the boy didn't get stronger by this, but was surely getting unpredictable. So he attacks, only to realize Yuta dodged the attack by fall backwards, still drinking. Gee, ha 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 ha. You can't stop a man from drinking. Come one that is too low, even for a villain. Even the devil will punish you when you get there. Yuta joked, finally feeling that the alcohol was working. Hearing this, though, AFO just snorted. "You really think that you can save anyone like this? Look at you. You are nothing but a drunken waste. Young people nowadays, they and their useless, baseless dreams," AFO said while getting serious now. "Gee ha ha, what you know, punk? People dreams have no end. Ha ha." Yuta laughed as he suddenly vanished from his place. Song, Rising Fighting Spirit. The villain swiped at him with a massive hand, augmented by multiple quirks. Yuta ducked and rolled, coming up behind him and delivering a powerful uppercut to the jaw. All for One barely noticed the punch coming this time, alerted. Yuta then suddenly vanished again, just the moment AFO was about to attack him with a powerful punch, making the punch phase through just his afterimage. He instantly appears right behind the man with a sinister face. "Thousand ya." AFO scalp suddenly felt numb. All his instincts told danger. He with all his speed jump up, barely saving himself. Yuta just click his tongue and again vanish from his place and appear on top of AFO. Tempest Kick. This kick sent a powerful pressured air attack, which hit AFO point blank. But the attack wasn't powerful enough to actually do something about it. The attacks are still not strong enough to phase him, Yuta thought, glancing quickly at the pro heroes and Bakugo. All for One raised a hand, gathering energy for a devastating attack. Yuta's eyes narrowed, realizing the threat. But he didn't worry. He again vanished, appeared near AFO, and grabbed him with a strange moment to twist his hand in a way that his own palm was pointed at his torso. At this, even AFO was shocked. He couldn't stop his attack on time and ended up injuring himself. But Yuta too suffered damage. With the first blood drawn, Yuta smirked. Now, though AFO was finally getting angry. "Well done. You have done something which only a few have managed to do over the last few centuries. Make me angry." Suddenly the villain's hands enlarge as All for One starts putting all sorts of enhancement on his arms. His arm suddenly started to look like a mutated art piece. "Oh, guess I can't hold back on this one." Yuta gritted his teeth as he started rotating on the spot, with a speed which previously would have been impossible. With OFA 75%, his rotating speed was insane, and quickly he achieved what he wanted. That's Izuku, who was watching the entire fight, suddenly had his eyes widen, because Yuta was about to use the same move which he used to defeat All Might. Final push, OFA 150. Suddenly power radiated from the boy as a blue aura covered him, making him like an awakened god. Eyes blazed just like his leg was with blue flames. Here is the improved version with OFA power boost up to 150%. "I for jam," Yuta said as a maniacal smile spread across his face. This attack was his strongest still date. This should take care of AFO. Maybe. AFO also saw the power inside Yuta building up. The blue fire on his leg almost looked eerie. After many years he again felt that he could actually lose if the fighting. Ha-yeah. Yuta once again vanished from his place, but this time before leaving behind a crater when steeping on the ground. Going supersonic and appear in front of AFO. AFO himself was ready. He wasn't holding back now. Boom. The force of the clash sent both of them flying in opposite directions. Yuta crashed on a building with that last attack, almost making it collapse. As for All For One, his entire right hand was gone. He too crashed on the wall, but not so long ago he came out of the debris. Right hand gone, but if someone would have noticed it correctly, then they would have noticed that it was slowly growing back. AFO was breathless, his clothes in tatters while blood was gushing out from many different parts of his body, though it was healing. He was shaken by the power the kid show at the ending. That was much more than he was anticipating. He suddenly felt the dread about thinking what would have happened if the attack hit him directly. Ha ha ha, crazy kid. Now maybe I know why All Might didn't choose you. You don't need his power. That was one of the strongest attacks I have suffered. You even pushed me to the point that I have to use regeneration. Unfortunately for you, my inexperienced opponent. You had a chance there which you missed. That attack would indeed have put me down for good. No worse than All Might's attack. But you connect the attack with my fist. You should have gone for the head. Ha ha ha. For a moment, everything was silent. The heroes and students watching from the sidelines held their breath, hoping that Yuta would emerge from the debris. But as the dust settled, Yuta remained buried, unmoving. No, I can't hear the heartbeats anymore, Momo said as the worst was coming to her mind. Now the fight was also getting broadcast live, and though many didn't see Yuta fighting as the news helicopter just recently started the live footage, but they all hold their breath to see what's going on. All For One turned his attention to the others, a triumphant smirk spreading across his face. Fools, he sneered. Though I have to say, for a child he was very strong. Few of the strongest I have seen till now. It was his inexperience that was the reason for his doom. He raised his hand, gathering energy for another devastating attack. Panic spread through the ranks of heroes and students alike. Students who earlier were hiding panic as well. They wanted help earlier, but didn't because their body couldn't move. Then when Yuta came, they felt ashamed about it and promised to never let this happen again. But here they were again in this spot, in the same situation where their body wasn't moving anymore. They braced themselves, knowing they stood no chance against such a powerful adversary. Izuku thought about using OFA at max. What was the point? Even he knew that Yuta's attack Ifrit Jam, which was already an improved version of the same attack in which he defeated All Might, didn't work against All For One. What chance does he have to beat him? But then a familiar, booming voice cut through the tension. Do not fear, for I am here. All Might landed on the battlefield with a force that shook the ground. His presence gave everyone hope. Hero, students, or the people watching from the comfort of their homes. Everyone knew that once All Might was there, they were safe, and everyone felt a surge of relief and renewed courage. All For One's smirk faltered for a moment, replaced by a look of irritation. All Might, he spat. You are finally here. It took you long enough. I wonder why suddenly you have become so slow. All For One said with a smirk. All Might didn't care about the villain. He first looked around, and he found everyone except one kid and the one who were hiding, of course. Where is young Yuta? All Might asked. The question was directed to the hero fighting with other villains. But it was All For One who answered that. Ah, that young man. He was strong, real strong. Even made me lose an arm. It was an overlook on my side to let him drink. Strange, but I understand. Why would he do something like that? He was almost. AFO wanted to continue, but All Might completed his sentence. Unpredictable. I know. Where is he? All Might asked with a little anger slipping in. A little glance at best genius made his eyes widen when he saw the number 4 hero shook his head. Gritting his teeth, All Might restrained his emotions and only decided to focus on AFO for now. The battle between All Might and All For One began with a clash that sent shockwaves through the area. All Might's punches landed with incredible force, each blow filled with the power of one for all. All for One retaliated with his own devastating attacks, using his myriad of stolen quirks to counter All Might's strength. The two titans exchanged blows, the ground beneath them cracking and crumbling under the sheer intensity of their fight. While this fight was happening, the students hiding finally came up with an idea to save Bakugo. The idea was simple. They can't go near that fight. They will be in All Might's way. Currently, the pro-heroes are occupied by the villains. This is happening because they want to save Bakugo. If they can save Bakugo, then it's most likely that those heroes can change their target from Bakugo to Yuta and save him. With that plan settling in, they started acting on the plan. Bakugo on the side gritted his teeth. He was having trouble handling just those low-level villains while Yuta fought with the main boss. Then he saw the boy getting blasted into the building and not coming out again. He was angry. Why did that bastard have to come here to save him? Why does that bastard get to fight the boss first? And the hell that bastard is not coming out already. Where are those annoying heartbeats? All Might pushed himself to his limits, his muscles bulging with effort. But as the battle wore on, it became clear that he was starting to struggle. His movements became slower, his punches less precise. All for One noticed this and pressed his advantage. "What's the matter, All Might? You are slowing down?" He taunted, his attacks becoming more vicious. Another punch from All Might came, but this time AFO was able to block that punch easily. "You have gotten weak. It's strange. I am sure that I have seen something similar to this before," AFO said with a mocking smirk. All Might gritted his teeth. His blood started to boil when he heard AFO saying this. But his body betrayed him. His muscular form began to flicker, revealing glimpses of his true, weakened state. "Nana, Shimura, your master. I have seen the same weakness in her when I kill her." All Might's eyes now were bloodshot. "Confess it, All Might. One for All no longer dwells in you. What you're using are just the sparks left behind." The heroes and students watching could see the toll the fight was taking on him. Despite his diminishing strength, All Might continued to fight with everything he had. He knew he had to protect everyone, to ensure that All for One was stopped once and for all. His iconic smile remained, even as his body struggled to keep up with the demands of the battle. At one point, All Might even reduced half of his size, was only half of his buff body remained. Others seeing this couldn't help but gasp. The horror on their face was visible. All Might, the symbol of peace, was losing. Turn into a half-skeleton man. One for All is no longer in you. It's with Izuka Midoriya, AFO announced, making All Might snap his eyes with gritted teeth. "I don't get it. Why choose that green-haired kid over someone like the young man I fought earlier before you came here? Shame he should be close to dying by now," AFO said, and hearing this the anger on All Might's face grew. Other students left this place sometime when this talk was happening, but before asking they got a promise from the heroes that they would save Yuta. "Well, whatever, but I do believe that my own successor is better than yours. Shigaraki Tamura. A little secret between you and me. He is Nana, Shimura's grandson." These last words almost stunned All Might. All his previous anger and power were gone. He stands there with a limp expression. As All Might almost was on the verge collapsed, the only thing in his mind was his master. But he knew that he couldn't think about those things right now, that he has to keep on fighting. And thus he once again got ready to fight, only to realize that the power inside him wasn't enough, that AFO was way stronger. While this fight was happening, Yuta almost went unconscious after getting hit by AFO. He broke his arms and leg, but due to his own attack being stronger than AFO, he didn't suffer enough damage to completely knock him out. However, it was hard for him to remain conscious as he was bleeding heavily. Ding, system emergency alert, host in danger. Activating prime time. Major quest, heroes in need, complete. Main quest, save everyone until All Might arrives, complete. Reward, Drumo. The fight between both All Might and One for All was coming to an end. It was pretty evident who was winning, though no one wanted to believe in that. All Might was struggling hard. Most of the time he could use his OFA was gone. He only had a little bit of power left inside him to keep going. He was long back to his weak, skinny self with no muscles, while only had his one hand buffed somehow. He was in tatters, and blood was flowing almost everywhere from his body. Everyone felt a sense of fear engulfing him at this point. All Might was the reason why Japan was so peaceful. Before All Might, the crime rate was very high, but only after his debut that it has gone down. He has never lost a single fight, always has saved others with a bright smile on his face. So it was terrible to see that same All Might like this in front of them. So miserable. Everyone's hearts were pounding fast. In anxiety, thinking about their own future, they started to worry. Even heroes were like that. Give up, All Might. You can't beat me like the way you are right now. Why resist so much? AFO said, upon not getting any answer, and only getting a rebellious look from the fallen hero. AFO just sheer and raises his hand, starting to puff all of his quirks into that one arm, making it stronger and stronger, to deliver one last punch to end the era of peace, to end the hero society, to tear the false sense of justice that these people have. But before he could do that, there was sound. Dumb. The sound came and was gone just as quickly as it came. This stopped him. Not only him, but this sound stopped everyone. Let me repeat. Every single one who was watching or not watching this fight in some way or form stopped. Because by some miracle, everyone heard the same sound at the same time. Dumb. Again, people near the fight turn around, trying to find where the sound was coming from. People much farther away from that fighting area. Even people in different cities hear this sound and look around simultaneously. Some people who were watching the fight on a TV screen thought that the sound was coming from the fighting site, and then the voice was getting broadcast over to him. But it didn't explain why even those people who currently weren't watching this fight could hear this sound. Dumb. Again, the sound came, and it started to make others anxious. Only those people who were close to the fighting site realized what was going on. Waiute, Izuku, and others' eyes went wide open. God, he is really okay. Momo almost tears up. But what would that delayed heart be? Before Kirishima could complete his sentence, the beat changed. Dumb. Everyone got a little baffled by this, because this no longer a heartbeat. What is going on? Why suddenly the heartbeat turned into Dumb's playing? Kirishima. I don't know. Music, drums of liberation, with All Might and All for One. They were close to where Yuta was, so besides just listening to the strange rhythm of drums beating, they could sense the light tremor in the earth when each beat was resounded. Their eyes naturally turned towards a mountain of debris of the fallen building remains. The interesting thing was the near that rubble, suddenly a rumbling were felt. The small dust particles were jumping as the beats of the drums intensified. Black lightning suddenly broke out, though it was more dark blue than black. Gee ha 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 ha. And then a mighty laughter broke the silence, followed by a blue explosion at the site where the lighting were happening. Boom. The explosion wasn't big, but something came out of it. Dumb. A figure engulfed in blue light ascended to the sky. It was like it was heading straight to the moon. Gasp. People gasp. When the news camera followed the figure up, they suddenly saw something WHCH. They completely ignored Upto now. A phenomenon which was not natural at all. The moon. The moon was bigger, way bigger now. Gee ha 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 ha. Suddenly the figure ascended top, right in front of the moon, in the direct line of the camera. And that even everyone saw a figure standing right in front of the moon, upside down, in a strange way, like he has no control over his position. Yuta slowly opened his eyes. All he could feel was blessed. The power flowing inside him right now was intoxicating, more than any alcohol he could get his hands on. He felt how light his body was. He felt how stronger his breathing was and how his heart was pounding. Upon opening his eyes, the fight thing he saw was a giant moon in front of him. He was a little confused at this, but when he saw a text following his line of sight like shadow, he understood much of it. Prime time activate. 2 minutes remaining. Quest. Heroes in need complete. Reward. Drums of Liberation. Activate alongside Prime Time. At the cost of Prime Time, boost all stats by 5x. Also have one heck of an entrance music. Yuta read this and grinned, but another notification came right in. Prime Quest. Get that son of a bitch. Reward. Yuta's grin widens to epic proportions, resembling a certain boy. I love this system. Yuta, after reading the quest, just couldn't help stop laughing. He wasn't sure how he was like this. He wasn't drunk, that was for sure. All the alcohol he had drunk before had already been cleared out of his system. So why does he feel like being drunk? Though he believes that Drums of Liberation has this effect on him. At least he believes so. Soon he, who jumped high enough to almost seem standing next to the moon, started falling. Oh well, Yuta just shrugged and grinned with a mischievous expression on his face. Falling down, he captures two figures. All-Might was looking like the skeleton again. And of course, All for One with one hand looking enlarged by excessive use of drugs. Boom! Yuta landed just a little away from both All Might and All for One. Wow, I'm back for round 2. Yuta said as he swayed from left to right, and with him was swaying the terrible amount of power his body was containing. Now heroes or villains from MHA work doesn't possess any sensing power until their quirk itself is a sensing or tracking type quirk. But right now, both All Might and All for One could say that Yuta was dangerous. It was easy to say when just his heartbeats, which sounded like drums for some reason right now, were making the ground tremble. With each beat of his heart, it felt like the entire sky itself was vibrating. All for One didn't say anything. He almost got killed the last time when facing Yuta. If not for his regeneration and Yuta not attacking him on head, he would have been in a coma right now. So there is no way that he will underestimate Yuta. All Might on the side was too stunned to say anything. The bright form of Yuta was too dazzling. Not only him, but other people also were surprised upon seeing him. It was hard to recognize him right now, as both his eyes' color and hair color were changed, and he was surrounded by both dark blue lightning and a blue-dark aura. People still recognize him from the sport festival. Major reason being they heard his heartbeats. There's only one quirk like that, as they know. All for One wanted to say something, but before he could even open his mouth, Yuta appeared in front of him. If earlier Yuta was fast, then this Yuta was almost teleporting. All for One couldn't even react. Ready or not, here I come. Yuta giggles right in front of AFO as he knocks his hand back for a punch. 500 pistol. Boom. The punch felt like a meteoroid attack, sending AFO flying back with breakneck speed. All Might was stunned. People watching this fight were stunned. Half of them couldn't even realize that was happening due to the cameraman and camera itself so slow that they could no longer capture Yuta's movements. The moment they captured him again in camera, he was gone again. Once again appeared right in front of AFO, who was still flying back, by the way. Yuta appears while he still hasn't even landed from that jaw-shattering punch. I like this move's set names, 500 Gatling. Yuta smiled, and in less than a second, he delivered thousands of punches on AFO, stopping the poor villain even before he crashes from the impact on one punch. AFO figure started to get bombarded into the ground with Yuta's punches. 500 Tempest Kick. Yuta grinned as he twisted his body mid-air again, and the place where AFO was stuck, he sent a powerful Tempest Kick, powerful enough to make the ground itself collapse. Oh my god, who is that kid? Is that the same kid who won the sports festival? The same one who wear the afro? Oh, I know him. His hero name is Dynamic. He still haven't become a hero yet, but he saved me back then. Dynamic Afro. Everyone's heart started to pound right now. The drums of liberation was making their hearts swell in confidence. Yuta's entrance and his beating AFO, who even All Might couldn't beat, made him tread on the first position at that moment. Suddenly, someone got his speech on being a real hero was released on internet. The crow unknowingly started to place their trust on the boy in front of them, the one who came and made their dying hearts beat again. A certain hero killer, too, was watching TV right now. When he saw All Might losing, even he was in depression. Clenching his fist, he didn't know what to do. However, the next person, he knew him. This is the same boy who beat him. Stop him by just using his words. That's boy's words that day struck harder to him than that last punch he delivered to him. In the prison cell where everything was dark and only one screen outside the cell, which to the jailer let on by chance, he saw light. I want to be a hero who saves people with a smile on his face. He remembers saying those words when he was just a kid. That smile. Then he saw the bright, wide smile on Yuta's face when he fought with AFO. Unknowingly, a smile appeared on his face as well. I was wrong, I agree. I was wrong. He wasn't the only one, by the way. There were many people who currently had a smile on their face. Maybe seeing that the villain was finally getting the beating he deserved, or just because there was just some magic in this air which bring them to smile. Izuku, Bakugo, Tendia, Momo, Todoroki, Toru, and many more. They saw this with a sense of awe. He can do it. He beat All Might. If there is anyone who can, then it's him. Toru muttered to herself with much emotion on her face. Do it, Yuta. Other classmates of his shouted, though their voices wouldn't reach to him. They knew, but they shouted nonetheless. TCH show off. Bakugo snapped his face on the side like a tundra. Izuku saw all this with daze, that what he always wanted to be. And yet still he found him getting protected and saved by both All Might and even his own classmates. Gritting his teeth, he shouted too. Do it, Yuta. Plus ultra. Plus ultra. Plus ultra. Plus ultra. Plus ultra. Plus ultra. Other also chipping in after hearing Izuku shouting the famous motto. Seems like it's finally time to kick the finale. You ready? Yuta said as he bent down, putting his both hands on the ground and taking a position like a race runner about to start. AFO right now was barely able to stand. Even his regeneration wasn't working right now. So when he heard that Yuta was ending it with his next attack, he panics. Hurried, he wanted to just run away. There was no way to stop the upcoming attack. He just knew it. So he wanted to open up the portal. Bad luck for him. There was a certain man staring right at him with his red eyes. Aizawa looked at AFO with intense glare. Sigh, this problem child. Go on. Let's end this shit already. I usually steal names, but this one is the original. Yuta laughed as he got ready to rush towards AFO. Now he was really frightened. AFO now could only rely on the quirks, which Aizawa can't block like physical types quirks. So he put all sorts of defensive power available to him. AFO put all of his power on his already enlarged hand, and he got ready to punch out with his full power. He extends back his fist, ready for Yuta. All Might seeing this grim, it was him who should face the villain and not a student. Yuta is still just a child, but the said child doesn't care. Get ready because I'm right now going all out, plus ultra. This is my peak. Yuta grins as he vanishes from his place. Only seconds later, a terrible sound of sound barrier breaking was heard. Ultrasonic. He arrives in front of AFO before the poor villain even fully extends his hand back to get momentum. Told ya, speed defines the winner. Yuta appears in front of AFO like a ghost. His wide smile and power emitting also made him quite scary if seen from close. Panic, AFO hurried to punch out. Only for Yuta to dodge the punch like it was nothing. He just moved his body in uneven angles like he was paper or rubber. This one is original. Alpha 500. Dynamic kick. Yuta shouted with all the might in his body. This time even targeting AFO's head. This is followed by an explosion of epic proportions. AFO could feel all the bones, tissues, and blood inside him turning into dust or even evaporating at that second. Yuta's eyes slowly fluttered open, greeted by the sterile white of a hospital ceiling. His body ached all over, and his head felt heavy. Seems like this time, prime time, was a little too much for the body. Yuta smiled internally, though his body should instantly heal up after prime time. That is when the prime time perk, after all. Works much like Recovery Girl's quirk, though it leave him exhausted as F******. The memories came flooding back. His clash with All for One, the rewards and those drums beating inside him, and the final powerful blow that had ended the fight. Man, that's some next state of being high. Yuta grumbled. He had used the drums of liberation to defeat All for One, but the cost had been high. He had lost consciousness and now found himself in a hospital bed, unsure of how much time had passed. As he looked around, he noticed the room was empty, but it wasn't long before the door opened and a familiar figure stepped inside. Like they were just waiting for him to wake up. It might be lovely if a beautiful girl comes in, but it wasn't his luck. "You're awake," Aizawa said, his voice gruff but tinged with relief. He walked over to the bed, followed by All Might and the chief of police. "How long have I been out?" Yuta asked, his voice hoarse. 3 weeks, Aizawa replied. "You missed the provisional hero license exam." Yuta's heart sank. Holy shit, that long. Like real long. Last time I used primetime, it was only a week. And provisional license? What's that? "Yuta, you broke the rules," Aizawa began, his tone stern. "You engaged in a battle without authorization, put yourself and others at great risk, and caused extensive damage to the city. Do you have any idea how serious this is?" Yuta lowered his gaze, the standard protocol to follow when he wants others to believe that he is feeling guilty and sorry. Internally, though, he was just scoffing. "You're right. What else a 15-year-old do when adults around him are all incompetent? Can't kill 100-something plus years old grandpa since like forever. Even if All Might pulled out more fart from his ass to beat the guy, what would you do? Lock him up. Don't make me a joke." Yuta kept his head down, not because he was guilty, but he was worried that he might really lose it and laugh at their faces. "I had to. If I hadn't fought, more people would have been hurt or killed," Yuta said, trying his damnedest to hold back the smile creeping onto his face. The chief of police stepped forward, his expression serious. "Mr. Yuta, we need to discuss the repercussions of your actions. The destruction caused by your final attack was immense. You practically leveled an entire section of the city. You might don't understand what happened there, so please look into this," the police chief said, and put a file on Yuta's hand. There were many photos in there. Only upon looking into the photos that Yuta, who was holding back his laughter, gets serious. He saw that almost half of the city was devastated. It was a helicopter which shot this photo, so it was an eagle-eye view. "Damn, that really some Saitama-level shit I did there. Guess I didn't need 500% of OFA after letting the matter settle in." Yuta really felt sorry. The destruction he did was a little too much overboard. "We understand the situation was dire, but we need to address the public damage and the fact that you killed All for One." Yuta's eyes narrowed. The chief nodded. "Yes. While many see it as a necessary action given the threat he posed, it's still a serious matter. We need to determine the legal and ethical implications of what happened. And that is just the direct casualty we got here. There's also some other villains who just happens to get caught in that last attack. We are not sure, and honestly the government itself isn't trying to dig that matter further considering what is your reputation is out there right now. You might not realize your situation, but there are people out there who already have considered you the next symbol of peace." Yuta was shocked at this. He knew that he will be famous after this, but comparing him directly to All Might. Before Yuta could respond, All Might stepped forward, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "Yuta, you did what needed to be done. You saved countless lives, including mine. You might not understand, but let me tell you, young man, you have done something which the past holders of One for All always wanted to do. It was because I was inadequate that you have to go through this. So before anything, I want to show my gratitude to you." All Might said and bow. This kind of flustered Yuta. Aizawa sighed, his expression softening slightly. "Look, problem child, you showed incredible bravery and strength, but you need to understand the importance of following protocol and thinking about the broader consequences of your actions. Being a hero isn't just about fighting. It's about making the right decisions under pressure. And now, this one thing's apply to you more than anything. Let me be frank here. You are the current buzz out there, and upon All Might retiring, thousands if not millions of people are looking up to you to take the mantle. You, after all, beat an enemy in front of everyone whom even All Might wasn't able to. Right now you are in a very strange position. You should technically be punished or at least reprimanded, but the government can't do that. They instead want you out there holding the peace and to be the next symbol. So, consider yourself lucky there," Aizawa said. Yuta at this just kept as quiet. What else he could have said here? It was clear that they are not asking him. Not to mention now, they even have the legal advantage to get his ass moving acting the #1 hero. Well, future #1 hero. All Might smiled, his voice full of encouragement. You've proven yourself, Yuta. You have the heart of a hero. I mean, really, with that heart of your beating, no one can ignore it. Ha ha. Now, you need to learn from this experience and grow even better. The symbol of peace is no more. I retire from the public eye. Though because of you, I will retain some degree of fighting power in me, but my era has ended. Now it's your time. Back then, everyone saw you stepping up to fight the villain, to save others. As Aizawa said, you are the talk of the town, the government, and the people are expecting big things from you. Though you are still a student for the stability of the country and national sentiment, there was even a petition to provide you with a hero license for your actions. All Might said with a smile. Of course, doing that is not possible, exceptional as you are, but the government can't bend rules for you alone. But it's mostly just a face government was to pre-verse. In reality, they want you out there as soon as possible. So much too that it was even requested that you directly send to learn under and pro hero. So this is something we decided, Aizawa said as he handed over something to Yuta. Taking it, Yuta gave it a read, only to find it was a provisional hero license. Yuta felt a swell of gratitude and happiness coming to him. He really didn't want to go through those tests. Thank you, this means a lot, Yuta said with a smile. As the meeting concluded, Yuta lay back in his bed, his mind racing with thoughts of the future, wondering what he would do next. Inst AFO is the main villain. So he beat the world, right? He can't say as Season 3 is the last he saw this anime. And then he also check on his system to find this rewards for beating AFO. Universal Teleport Card. Send user to another world. Followed by this message. The system will no longer be active after the world is beaten by the host. If host wishes, then he can continue his journey in another world. Sigh. One thing after another. Yuta groggily woke up with a terrible headache coming to him. Slowly opening his eyes, he saw almost the same ceiling on top, and he was still sleeping on a bed. The surroundings looked like the hospital he was in. Did not work? Yuta muttered in his head, trying to understand what mistake he made. After getting the option to travel the world, he was excited, but there were many questions in his mind which was stopping him from immediately jumping the gun. So he asked all the questions he needed to the system before using his universal travel card given to him. But now he found himself in the same room. Could it be that this is an alternative version of this anime? Yuta thought to himself. Oh, you finally woke up, suddenly came a very feminine voice from his behind. He snaps his head back, only to find a woman in a white doctor's coat over a blue shirt hugging her quite seductive body, making Yuta work hard not to drift his eyes down, and a tight pant, again showcasing her long, slender legs. She also had a mole on her face, adding to her charm. Where I am and who are you? Yuta used the most generic line from the books, looking around, trying to find where he was. After using the travel card, he lost consciousness. He wasn't sure whether he was still in the MHA world and had just merely been shifted to another room, alone with this hot doctor, or this was really a different world. Interesting. I can't sense anything. The woman narrowed her eyes as he closed a little closer, making Yuta gulp a little. The charm of a mature woman just hits differently. It doesn't look like you have a fever or any injuries. Do you remember your name? She asked, making Yuta blink before replying in instincts. I am Yuta, he replied, making the woman raise her eyebrows only a little. Really interesting. What is your full name? She asked with an amused face, making Yuta confused about what she was thinking. It's just Yuta, nothing more, Yuta replied, while looking at his own condition. He was completely fine, with no injuries or weakness of any kind. For some reason, he wasn't wearing anything on his torso. Thankfully, at least he had a pant on. Can you tell me where I am and who you are? Yuta asked again, but this time he was sent a serious look at the woman, telling her that he needed the answer or he was out of there. I'm sorry, but for the time being, I can't tell you that. Though I might if you tell me who you are first, she said with a wink. Yuta's eyes narrowed a little, but at this, pondering whether what exactly he should answer. If he gives out his real intent, and then realizes that this is a different world, then things will go bad for him. But if he gives an Alice here, and he is in the MHA world. While thinking about this, suddenly he heard a voice. Welcome, host, to the second world. Choose a path. 1. Hero path. 2. Villain path. Again, Yuta frowns. This time he wasn't in that much in a hurry, so he looked around, seeing that the time had stopped just like how it happened when he got one for all from All Might. Should I get villain path this time around? Yuta thought, as he was interested in acting like a villain as well. But upon wondering what kind of missions he gets, he thought otherwise. There's a possibility that he will be asked to kill people regardless of whether he has any problem with them, or even forced to do things which he doesn't want to, like are ****, or human trafficking, or much more. He'd rather not do that. Reminder: host previously had hero path. If the host chooses another path now, then the host has to give up on any previous skills and powers he possesses. What kind of setting is this? Damn, this is cheating. Well, not like I was planning on changing the path, but what the hell? Alright, hero path again. Congratulations on again choosing the hero's path. Please choose a person whose power you want to copy. 1 minute, not this again. Yuta almost choked. This happened again. Last time he had to choose a power to copy, just like this. The problem is that the world is on pause. Even he can't move from his place. To copy power, he has to at least see the person he wants to copy. Last time All Might was there. But now, Yuta looked around and only found one sexy woman standing in front of him, making him frown in dismay. Damn it, system, what kind of power I will get from this woman? She's the only one present here. Signing, Yuta looks around to see whether he can resume the world time so that he can go out and find someone strong. It is not like he knows what world he is currently in the first place. There is a possibility that this woman is strong, but Yuta doubts that. After finally and unwillingly copying the powers of the lady in front of him, Yuta knew that he really did come to another world, and he also had some idea about what kind of world he was in. But he couldn't test it out in front of the hot lady. She didn't even give her name, so that Yuta could be sure that he was in the world he suspected. After making sure that he was no longer in the MHA world, he at least knew that he could make an unsuspecting background story for the time being. I don't remember much, but I do know that I was fighting a man with a strange mask on his face and no eyes or facial features. He was wearing a suit and had superhero powers. That was what his background story started with. Of course, the lady wouldn't believe him, but her response kind of made him deadpan. Good for you, kid. You came out alive. But that is not why I am here. You're completely fine, so my job here is done. Go on. The principal of this place is waiting for you, said the lady, as she took her leave without telling him where to go. Yuta, after pondering a little, finally decided to get out of that infirmary. It wasn't giving him good vibes at all in the first place. The moment he stepped out of that place, though, he found himself surrounded by many traditional Japanese-type houses. A very beautiful garden and ground which he could only say were used for training after observing those dummies and weapon racks there. That in the entire place was covered with mountains and forest. Yuta was a city kid. It was always a noble experience for him to breathe in this pollution-free air, and he enjoyed it very much. Hey, are you done? Come on. Principal is waiting for you. Suddenly a voice broke his tranquil self. He turns around only to come face to face with a beautiful girl, almost his age, wearing glass with fit athlete's body and green hair. She was wearing shorts with a violet hoodie. Yuta was a little taken aback after seeing her, but that might be more in tune with her looking at him. Both were taken aback for a second. Yuta, because his suspicion about this world was getting stronger now. Though he can't remember much about this anime, as he couldn't even complete it, Yuta still remembers some characters from it, and the girl in front of him might be just that person. Yuta, said the girl with a little knowing tone. Yuta replies, though he doesn't understand why this girl knows his name. He was sure that that doctor lady was the only person he told his name to. Maybe they were eavesdropping on him. Possible? The girl narrowed her eyes upon looking at Yuta, not sure what she was thinking. Sorry, what's your name again? She asked. It's Yuta, said Yuta with more confusion settling in. This further made the girl frown, but she refrained from asking any question. Do you know who I am? She ultimately asked. No, I am pretty sure that we are meeting for the first time. Yuta replied that internally he was not sure who this person was. After seeing what power he had, it was pretty evident. But still, he wanted to ask. By just knowing her name, he could be sure of it. "What is your name?" Yuta asked after the girl made a sign to follow her. "Sorry, but I'm not allowed to tell you yet. Go and meet Principal first." "That was the orders," she said, but Yuta could feel a little agitation on her voice. He wasn't sure why. The girl led him to a big house. She didn't enter with him and just pointed him to go in alone. Sighing, Yuta just set up his resolve and entered the dark place. Man, would it increase their taxes if they put some lights in here? Upon entry, Yuta first couldn't find anything, but then when his eyes got adjusted to the lack of light, he saw a man sitting at the end of the big room he found himself in, with glasses on and making some kind of stuffed toys. Stuffed toys. Was there a character in that story? Yuta tried to remember, but just couldn't. "Welcome. Our people found you unconscious outside the school in the forest. Apparently, you look just like a student from here, and they mistook you. And though now that misunderstanding is resolved, I'm interested to know who exactly are you," said the tough-looking man who broke his own character by making stuffed toys. "Yuta, I am Yuta." That's a bigger coincidence than I expected it would be. "You see the person you look like, his name is also Yuta, and he is currently overseas. I find it extremely unlikely that both of you have not only share a name, but also the face. Don't you think so?" said the man. "Nope, there's so many people out there. If I have learned something in all this time, when is that anything is possible in this crazy world? Don't you think so, mister? I like to hide in shadows," Yuta said as he finally turned his head toward the dark spot where he could sense a man. "Oh, you found me. That is really interesting," came a joyous voice of a man as he stepped out of the shadow. As Yuta looked at him, he was confirmed what world he was in. Completely dark violet uniform and clothes hiding both of his eyes. White hair and a very handsome facial feature which anyone could recognize even without looking at his entire face. Yuta knows where he is. Status: Hero time, 2 hour. Quirk: 1 for all, 40% under control. Sharingan, 3 Tomo. King's Engine, increased stats by 1.5x. Reverse curse technique. Passive skills: Hero music, Drunken Fist, Prime Time, Drums of Liberation, Navy 6 style, Spider Sense. Yup, I know what this world is. This is Jujutsu freaking Kaisen. And the man standing in front of him right now is the absolute ceiling of power in this world. Satoru Mother, F******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** Okatsu, ever heard of this name? Yaga, the current principal of Jujutsu High, asked as he was still making his curse doll. More like a stuffed toy. That's really a weird power he has. Nope, never heard it before. Yuta just shook his head. This was going on for some time by now. He gets interrogated by Yaga, the principal of this place, while Gojo tries to disturb him and Yaga to get a rise out of them. So, you don't remember much. Is that it? He asked again. Yuta just sighs at this. If he wasn't sure that he couldn't just walk out of here, all because of Gojo's presence. Otherwise, he would have already done so. You know what? I'm not going to answer if all you do is repeat your questions. Why the hell you are asking so many questions in the first place, old man? Bored of making stuffed toys. Don't you think it's a little too late for you to play with them? Yuta snorted. Now, he might not be able to just walk out of here, but that doesn't mean he just has to take Yaga's bullshit. It was very similar to Nizu too. The only reason he took it from him before was because he needed to be a hero to continue his system. Well, no more. He ain't taking shit like that. Once he goes back, Nizu tries to do the same. Well, he's just waiting for that moment. He gonna teach that raccoon why they shouldn't mess with him. PFFF. He is not wrong, you know, Yaga-sensei. Gojo said, while giggling from the side. Yaga at this just looked super calm, but maybe that's why there wasn't much light in the room. In reality, there was a vein popping at his forehead, even though he was sitting there calmly. The darkness just hides that from others. But he in fact looks more annoyed with Gojo than Yuta. Okay, give the boy a break. Yuta was it. Tell me, do you know what Jujutsu is? Gojo asked with a smile forming on his face. Upon getting a call from Yaga that his student suddenly came to Jujutsu High and was unconscious, he came here immediately. Only later did they realize that it wasn't Yuta at all. It's strange how both the boys look exactly the same. Hell, even they sound similar. This raises many questions, like who this person is, why his name is Yuta, and why he looks similar to his student. Long-lost twins. Gojo thought with I figure out look on his face. Twins are a subject of disgrace in Jujutsu. When twins are born, the curse energy which they are born with is either divided into them, or one gets all the curse power, rendering the other useless, making them, or just one person weaker. Well, there's also the physical side of things. So if they are twins, long lost may it be, it kind of makes sense. Gojo, though, upon thinking back just how much curse energy Yuta one has. While Yuta 2 here has absolutely no curse energy. Heavenly restriction? It's possible. Even with his eye wrap on, Gojo observed Yuta 2's figure keenly. The powerful explosive muscles which were making the boy slightly older than and much more impressive than his own student were hard to hide. Maybe. Gojo pondered as he remembered a certain mage killer who also got him back then. I do, a little at least. Yuta was pondering whether he should let them know that he knew about Jujutsu. But when Gojo asked, he went with this answer. There was no point faking it. Not to mention, when he uses his hero time. Curse energy or not, they're going to ask how he is able to do it. It's better for them to presume that this was his curse technique. Hell, he is not even sure how the power he copied from that hot lady is used. It says reverse curse technique. He knows that it's used for healing. But that is reverse curse energy, not a reverse curse technique. So what exactly reverse curse technique is? Gojo, hearing this, nodded, and a smile suddenly bloomed on his face. Come on, kid. Let's get out and get some fresh air, Gojo said with a wide smile on his face. Hey, I'm not done with him here, Yaga said with an irritated tone. Oh, I will have him back in no time, sensei. Just complete what you were working on till then, Gojo said as he put his hand around Yuta's shoulders and pushed him out of the room. Punch me. Gojo, after bringing Yuta outside, brought him immediately to one of those training grounds that Yuta had seen earlier. What? You heard me. Punch me. Let me see what you got. Gojo still had his ever-so-present smile on his face as he said, What the hell? Is this guy trying to show off his limitless again? He did the same with Jogo, right? What the point when he can't even punch the man? Had a deadpan look on his face. Oh, come on, don't be shy. I give you my consent. Go ahead. A little twitch appears on Yuta's face. Now he starts to realize why others consider him such a bother. Because he really is. Fine, you asked for it. Yuta, already knowing the result, just rushed at Gojo without using any hero time. There was no point, as he would just end up wasting it. As his punch got closer to Gojo, he noticed that he stopped just a little away from Gojo's face. His fist is ever so close, but never connecting. Oh, going for my face right off the bat. You are quite a naughty boy, Yutakun. Twitch. How about you try again, but this time with a little more power, Gojo said with his smile getting wider. Like he was having fun showing how better he was than others. Yuta was sure that this bastard sure liked doing that. Fine, you asked for it. Yuta replied, as he was already planning on using the new power he copied. Not to mention he really wanted to hit this bastard at least once. And even after knowing that it's a futile effort, he still planned on giving it a shot. Yuta took his position once again in front of Gojo, but this time he was planning on using his newly gotten reverse curse technique and adding OFA in there for good measure. Closing his eyes, he concentrated. While using OFA has become a second nature to him by now, RCT was a different case altogether. He slowly took a deep breath and slowly let it out. He felt the power start to flow inside him, as his body felt lighter and more durable and agile. Gojo's eyes narrowed under his face masked as he saw this. Till now the boy had no curse energy, but now he suddenly sensed curse energy from him. But there was a problem. It wasn't normal curse energy, but reverse curse energy. Very interesting. Gojo mutters under his breath. Slowly blue lightning started to dance around Yuta, but then something strange happened. The blue light started to change its color, from blue to golden. Yuta was unaware of this, though. He was just focusing on using his OFA with RCT. Here, take it. OFA 10% punch. Yuta shouted, and seemingly a punch coated with a golden aura and lightning was thrown towards Gojo. Unlike usual, though, Gojo this time had a bad feeling about this punch. Somehow his instincts were telling him to dodge the punch, but he believed this infinity more than in instincts. Too bad for him. Yuta had no idea what happened. It was even a surprise to him. He saw Gojo Satoru, yes, that honored one Gojo Satoru, being sent flying back at the speed of a rocket until he hit the wall and coughed a little blood before his power immediately acted up as he healed himself. But that wasn't what was important. What was more important was that it was his own punch that caused that. Yuta's eyes blink in both confusion and horror. Please don't hollow purple me. I swear I have no idea how that happened. He was internally shouting as he saw Gojo's gawking face before he finally took out his face mask, revealing his beautiful, strange description for a man that what they were, beautiful cerulean eyes. As those eyes fell on him, Yuta froze as he could feel a sense of coldness at his back. It was strange. This new power he uses, he has no idea how that works, but it somehow was able to bypass Gojo's infinity, or maybe it was OFA. But he doubted that. He just didn't see that happening. Otherwise, why did so many sorcerers fear this man in front of him? In fact, the possibility that he just caught Gojo off guard is more as the Honored One was underestimating him and didn't even activate his infinity. Yeah, that should be it. Yuta pondered as his mind was running at 1,000 miles a second. What he has done right now wasn't just a small feat. Being able to even touch Gojo Satoru put once an extremely dangerous level. The last one to do so was none other than Toji Mathafu, Zenin himself. The badass sorcerer killer was might guy a Jujutsu Kaisen, but this time really cool outside fights as well. If the news of him being able to do something like this goes out, Yuta could only wonder what kind of problem it will cause in the world. Not only those damn elders who like to control the entire JJK world would like to get him under their thumb will be after him, but also those people who want to get rid of Gojo. Yuta was sweating thinking about the consequences of what he did and could only hope that it was a fluke, that it was Gojo that underestimated him, that he wasn't the one really responsible for actually hurting the Gojo Satoru, no matter how much he really wanted that to happen, like really punching Gojo Saruto right at the fucking face. That insane. Very satisfying, but insane nonetheless. While Yuta was pondering over this thing, Gojo himself was in a daze. He didn't understand what happened there. While his instincts were telling him to dodge that attack, he chose to believe in his infinity. It's not like there was any reason to think about it. It was his infinity which made him what he was today. To some degree, he has started to over-rely on that technique, but who wouldn't if they had that kind of power? But it failed him today, and the most surprising thing was that he couldn't even understand how. What happened? I am sure that the infinity was working just fine. Gojo wondered. Oh, that was very rough of you, Yutakun. I didn't know that you like it rough. Gojo shrugged away the little frown coming on his face and joked to ease the environment, immediately making the fidgeting Yuta agitated again, but this time he was more annoyed and irritated than troubled. This guy is really annoying. Yuta wanted to retort, but he stopped from opening his mouth as Gojo was the first one to open his mouth. That was a good punch. How about you do that again, but this time here in my palm? Gojo said, his fake smile still on his face, but this time his eyes opened and looking at Yuta with full concentration. Hearing this, Yuta, too, got focused. He too wanted to know whether what happened was really just a fluke or... Fine, Yuta replied. Decided to not use OFA this time. He got ready. There's a possibility that he did what he did thanks to his new reverse curse technique. Maybe this will also give a certain inside to him about his own technique. He slowly walked up to Gojo and took a punching stand. Gojo watching over his all movements. He took a punching position and concentrated on gathering the curse energy. Though it was a power given to him by the system, still he had to learn how to use it. He just found that using it with OFA was a tad bit easier. Without it was harder, but he did it nonetheless. A white aura appeared on Yuta's fist, and though he himself didn't feel any different about this, Gojo noticed it, frowning a little at the different feeling he got from earlier. Zu! Yuta slowly opened his eyes, only to feel that the punch stopped just a little away from Gojo's hand. It stopped. Yuta was a little stunned, but he anticipated this and kept on his acting as he didn't understand what was going on. Like he knows nothing about infinity. Yes, that is my innate technique. I will tell you about it later. But before that, tell me. This punch was not like earlier. You didn't put that much power in it, did you? Gojo asked with his smiling face still active. Yes, I held back a little. Yuta nodded. Okay, do it again, but no holding back. Don't worry about me. It won't hurt me. You see, I'm the strongest, Gojo said as he winked at the end. Ah, there's the famous line. Fine. Yuta accepted readily. He himself wanted to test out his powers on the annoying man in front of him at least 2 more times to fully comprehend what happened the first time he punched him. Again taking a punching position, Yuta planned to attack with just OFA. Gojo's eyes slightly stook as he felt a certain aura appearing around Yuta, but this time he couldn't see it nor he feel it. Like it wasn't curse energy at all. Previously at least he could see the curse technique. However, in Yuta's case, it wasn't just a curse technique. It was a reverse curse technique somehow. Gojo had no idea why the boy was creating reverse curse energy. In fact, Gojo can't even sense the normal curse energy in Yuta at all. Only when he attacks that he can sense, and that also reverses curse energy. Yuta went again with OFA 10%, but this time just OFA and no more RCT stack on it. Busses. The entire air pressure shifted as Yuta's punch came to Gojo. Gojo was still looking at him with concentration. He could tell the power of this punch by just looking at it. Zoo. But the punch again stopped in midair. Gojo felt the power, but this was again not the same as Yuta's first punch. Yuta, though seeing this, was sure that earlier was just a fluke. Good. That was powerful. But not like earlier, is it? Do the same as you did earlier. The one with golden lightning. Gojo reply, making Yuta stunned. Godlin? Wasn't that blue lightning before? Yuta pondered, but just shrugged. He this time thought of just repeating what he did earlier, mixing both OFA and RCT. With a nod, Yuta got in the position and Gojo's eyes shone as he felt the same feeling. The golden lightning coming to life. This aura was different. Same as reverse curse energy, which is used for healing, but at the same time different. Much stronger and different. Dud it. This time the punch didn't stop midair. In fact, Gojo caught the punch with his hand. There was no space between his punch and Gojo's hands. It was connected. Though it was clear that he felt it as his face twitched when he caught it. Yuta used 10% OFA in this with RCT after all, but even then this made Gojo smirk. A strange smile came to his face, and the light in his eyes was brighter than ever. Yuta, on the other hand, seeing the punch connecting, was in a daze. It wasn't a fluke, not sure what really happened or why. Hell, I'm not even sure whether I should be happy about this or not. Yuta pondered. Here, say hello to your seniors. I was planning to put you with them, but it is clear that you have a lot to learn, not to mention we have fewer students coming this year compared to others. Gojo said with a bright smile on his face as he introduced Yuta to his upperclassmen. Yuta at this just pursed his lips, not sure how things turned into what it was right now. He wasn't exactly planning on joining Jujutsu Tech. Yeah, that would be nice, and he would be close to the main cast that way. More than anything, he would be under Gojo's protection, meaning those damn elders won't bother him much. But he planned on becoming a solo hunter kind of person. It's not like he knows the story enough to get much benefit from it anyway. And when this is the case, there exist 2 very problematic issues for him to deal with. One is that his presence among them will change the story more than it should have. Him not knowing the story meaning that he can't select what pitfall he wants to fall into, unlike MHA World. This is only true when they are staying close to them. Otherwise, his presence here would only cause minimum changes, which is kind of okay. Second is the most generic problem that comes with staying close to the main cast. Shit, tons of problems and trouble gonna come his way. Main cast is famous for that no matter what story or fiction. And yet, here he was waving his hand to his upperclassmen while they gave him a surprised look, like having a hard time believing he was not their classmate. Which again kind of makes sense when seeing how much he looks like one Yuta Okatsu. He was here because he wasn't left with any other options. Time for a little flashback. Flashback. You are a special case Yuta too. Stop calling me that. Yuta replied with heat in his tone, but seeing that Gojo finally was a little serious, he didn't say any more and let the man speak. I swear to steal his sweets later on. Yeah, I'm petty that way. Yeah, whatever, kid. Just listen, all right. Do you know what my innate curse technique is? Gojo asked. Duh. Who doesn't at this point besides that idiot Jogo? You are famous for that. Nope. No idea. Yuta said with an annoyed tone. He just acted before that he didn't know anything, so he had to play his part. This lets Gojo explain his power of limitless to Yuta. For those who don't know, it's basically manipulating space so that nothing can touch him. For more info, Google is your friend. That's such a cheat, Yuta said, finally revealing how irritating that power of Gojo's was. Even more powerful characters than him will be helpless against his infinity. Thanks, but this is not about me. It's about you. You see, Yuta too, you have done something which countless people have tried and none have accomplished. None except one before. Gojo said as he had a smile adoring his face. But this time he was more nostalgic than anything. Yuta for a second removed that Yuta too nonsense and only focus on what Gojo said. He knew that somehow he did that but wasn't sure how. Now Gojo's accepting this fact might shed some light on this matter. So he just remained silent and let the man talk. Wondering why you were able to cross my infinity. You might not know, but it is a bigger deal than you're thinking. Gojo smiled and asked this question. Yuta just shook his head, not knowing how else to react without leaking away what exactly he was thinking. Well, honestly speaking, I too am not 100% sure, but what I have to say, your body is a little special, just like I told you earlier. Normally, a sorcerer's body will react to the curse energy around him. The amount of curse energy one has is predestined by their birth. This other student of mine, Yuta one, was born with a ridiculous amount of curse energy. It is even more than my own. You look exactly like him, and with the same name, it's so much like you two are connected somehow. You see, in the Jujutsu world, twins are a matter of disgrace, and there is a huge possibility that you two are one, but we can't confirm anything until a blood test. This happens because the amount of curse energy they are born with is divided into two, making them weak. Or it could happen the other way around, where the child get all the curse energy, while others are left with nothing. Nothing but a heavenly restriction in some cases. I believe that you are like that. You are not fighting have no curse energy around you. Feats which no one has ever accomplished in the past. Those who have are just plain don't possess any curse energy. And yet not only do you have curse energy, despise the fact that even I can't sense that curse energy from you when you're just standing around and not using it from this close, making you might be the most deadly assassin Jujutsu world has ever seen, but at the same time, your curse energy by its origin is reverse in nature. If it's hard to understand for you, then consider it this way. Curse energy is by nature negative. It's great for damage dealing or body enhancement, but not as good when it comes to healing. That is where reverse curse energy comes into play. In basic maths, 2 negative makes 1 positive, meaning when we add curse energy into another curse energy, a hard thing to do honestly, we get reverse curse energy, which surprise, surprise heals humans and almost every living being and is very, very deadly for cursed spirits. And your body is generating this reverse curse energy from the get-go. Gojo said, and stopped when he saw Yuta too thoughtful face, letting what he just said digest first. Yuta, on the other hand, knew almost everything. What he was more interested in knowing was how he bypassed infinity, and lastly, so you're saying that I can't use the curse technique? Yuta asked. Kid, honestly, that's what you want to know after I said so many more interesting things? Gojo faces a facepalm, but then quickly comes back to his usual joyous self and says, well, technically, yes. I don't see there is any way to convert the reverse curse energy back to normal curse energy. So yes, you most likely won't be able to use any of the normal curse techniques. But hey, focus on what I am saying here before you go into depression. The fact that you can hide your reverse curse energy, let's call it RCT to avoid getting it to mix it up with actual curse energy, makes you an excellent assassin. Believe me, I myself met someone similar to you in the past. That man didn't possess RCT or CT unlike you, but thanks to that he was completely undetectable. He got me good back then. The fact you directly make RCT makes you an excellent doctor, even better than Shoko. That girl is even better than me when it comes to RCT, and you even wash her out of the drain. That alone makes you a very important person to have in Jujutsu Tech. And lastly, you were able to break my infinity, that strength of yours. I'm not sure yet how your fist bypasses infinity or how you're so strong even without having any curse technique. But that makes you a very, very high-profile target. The only one who might be able to kill me. Gojo said, and Yuta was dreading this exact thing. With that power and RDC, not only you are an incredible assassin and an outstanding doctor, but maybe the best curse spear hunter this world has ever seen. Because remember, as good as RCT is for us, it's absolutely a menace to curse spirits. Gojo ended as there was a smile on his face. Like he found something which he had searched for all his life. An equal. Well, an equal in making. The boy was still green around the edges. Yuta only knows things about this in this way. At first he thought that now he has additional healing. Good for his OFA as RCT is a really good supportive skill, but nothing more. But now after hearing this from Gojo, maybe my luck is not that bad after all. Yuta internally smiled a little. Flashback end. I know what most of you are thinking. No, this is not Okatsu. Yes, his name is also Yuta, and he also looks just like our lovely shy lover boy who is overseas now. But he ain't him. Interesting, right? Feel free to call him Yuta 2.0. Gojo said, making Yuta's eyes twitch in irritation. He just shook his head, though he could punch the guy. Honestly, no one could claim to do this besides him and him alone, but he'd rather not. Hello, I am Yuta. Just Yuta, got no last name for the time being. Please take care of me, Yuta said, and did a traditional Japanese bow. Yeah, I'm working on that last part as of currently, Gojo interjected, only to see others still looking at him with suspicion. Like whether it's a plan devised by both Gojo and Okatsu. Sigh so troublesome. Maki Zenin, Toj, Inumaki, and Panda. This was the student in the second year of Jujutsu High. Yuta wasn't joining them, of course. He'll be part of the newly forming first-year team. Originally, that only had 3 members led by Gojo Satoru himself. Yuta swears it looked just like Team 7 from Naruto. But that won't be the case this time around. Yuta will be joining them soon. He just realized which time he has come to. It's just the start of the anime itself. For the time being, though, he will be spending his time and will be learning the ropes around the place under his upperclassmen. The same 3 names were mentioned just a little while ago. Maki was the same girl who met him when he first arrived here. She was the one who took him to Yaga, and Yuta had to say that she was an absolute babe, if only she acted a little girly. But hey, she doesn't have to. This tomboyish side of her has its own charm. She had green hair, with a beautiful face and body which put those models to shame. She even wears those glasses to see cursed spirits, and always carries a curse tool with her almost everywhere. Toj Inumaki is a petite-looking boy who looks more like an underclass to him instead. White hair with a lower face, including the entirety of his mouth hidden beside the ridiculously high collar. He was a strange one, but he remembered that the boy himself was very good in nature. Lastly, Panda. Well, there's nothing more to it. Just imagine Puff from Kung Fu Panda and put him in an anime. It's hard not to see him as Okatsu, even if you were telling otherwise. Satoru, Panda said as he came close to Yuta and observed him from all sides. Salmon, Toj said, making Yuta realize that understanding that guy gonna be a tough nail to crack. Let me introduce. This is Inumaki Toj. His curse technique involves speaking, so he can't just uselessly say anything. So he communicates by saying some harmless words like salmon or fish cake. Former representing that he agrees, while later being him denying or disagreeing. Pan said, "OH, apparently it's not that hard." Yuta raised his eyes and nodded. That girl there with scary eyes is Maki Zenin. Don't call me a Zenin, Maki shouted before Panda completed his sentence. Yeah, I assume you both have met before already, and finally I am Panda. Though I'm not really a panda. More like a curse doll created by Yaga, the principal you surely have met by now. Panda said with a much friendlier tone than some humans Yuta has come across till now. I see, nice to meet you. I am Yuta. Just call me Yuta, as I don't have a last name still now. Past. Well, I can't remember, and as long as I remember, I have been living in a small village and just came here in the city. Yuta repasted his carefully crafted backstory again. Salmon, Toj said, further confusing Yuta, he was saying. At least now he knew that he was showing his approval. But at what? So, Gojo said that you guys will teach me how to be a Jujutsu sorcerer. What should I do? Yuta asked, not finding Gojo anywhere. He didn't even notice when that man slipped out of there, leaving him alone with these three. TCH, leaving his duties on us. Just like the Gojo Satoru I know. Maki had a tick mark formed on her forehead while saying this. Now I see why Panda calls she got scary eyes. They are beautiful, but scary. Fine, what is your curse technique? Maki asked. This made all three people their pause. Yuta because he himself is not sure what exactly RCT means. He could just call it reverse curse energy, aka healing, but that ain't right. Panda and Toj pause because just like Maki, they can't sense any curse energy from Yuta either. Maki asked because she couldn't sense curse energy. She uses her glasses to see curse spirits, but until and unless the curse energy is manifesting from the user, like in the fighting scenario, she can't spot the CE. What was Gojo thinking? They thought, and of course, Gojo didn't find it useful to say any of his recent findings about Yuta's powers and potential, which, surprisingly, Yuta too was unaware of, and he was glad that others were just as much under the water about his powers as he was. He just made sure not to say anything about being able to hit Gojo, and things would be mostly fine. Well, as much as it could go in Jujutsu Kaisen. Cough, cough. I'm a close combat fighter with more focus on physical power. I don't have any innate curse technique, but I can do many techniques which I created myself. I also can use the reverse curse technique, but I never tried it. Gojo said that I can, though. Yuta, with some modification, said almost all the truth. Hearing this, Body Toj and Panda were confused. Almost all the parts align, but RCT. How he doesn't even have curse energy. Honestly, what is Gojo thinking? Maki might be the only one who was smiling after hearing this. She has the best physique here. No one is her opponent. And now comes a rookie calming that he specialized in close combat fighting. Of course, she will be happy. I see, good for you. I'm a weapons specialist myself. You want to learn about Jujutsu, right? Come on then, see whether you're even Jujutsu material or not. Maki said as a smirk was appearing on her face. Their eyes gleamed as she was looking at a piece of meat ready to be eaten. I'll straight to action. You're my kind of GL. Yuta smirked back. Let's see how long she can last. Hopefully not more than 2 hours, or he's doomed. Yuta stood in front of Maki. Both were ready to start the spar. While Yuta was bare hands, Maki was holding a staff on her hands. Are you sure you don't want a weapon? Maki asked with one eye raised. Nah, I'm good, Yuta replied as he smiled. It's pointless to get a weapon. Ordinary weapons won't withstand his OFA powers. It's pretty much pointless involving himself with a weapon until he can get a really good one. Maki, after ensuring that Yuta wasn't taking any weapons, finally went on offensive. Charging at right Yuta, with much power to her step, she swung her staff at him from a distance. For Yuta, covering that distance was the real problem, but he wasn't worried. He could just use OFA to speed up or Sharingan to dodge and predict her movements. Minor quest. Heroes don't bully girls. Main quest. Beat Zen and Maki without hero time. Rewards? Never mind. Yuta deadpan. Why does the system only act after I have an existing plan in motion? Why can't you just give the task a little early so that I don't have to come up with a plan on the go? Yuta really wanted to curse, seeing that he can't use his hero time. He has to fall back on all of his training up to this time, and more than that, his passive skills. Previously, he was able to pull this kind of mission off thanks to King's Engine back, then was a passive skill. Not anymore. While he was cursing inside his head about how unfair the system was, how the hell was he supposed to beat Maki without HT, his spider sense tingle making him come out of his daze as his body shifted on the side on instincts, barely dodging the staff aimed right at his head. Maki is not just any normal human. Her physical power is on par with some superhumans. Curse energy or not, this is one badass chick. Well, at least I got spider sense. Next time I have to make sure that I update skills with more caution. Passive King's Engine with just a 1.2x boost would have been really nice right about now. For Yuta, the complicated movement Maki was moving and twisting with her pole was hard to predict. If only this was another kind of pole she was twisting herself around. If only. Yuta jumped, dodging a lower leg swiftly while twisting his body, as his training all this time had taught him to dodge another kick aimed at him. Maki was using her body and the staff she was carrying masterfully, shifting her weights in time while making sure that she only came close to Yuta while there was a window of opportunity to attack him while staying away and using the staff. "He is doing better than I predicted he would do," Panda said as both he and Toj were observing the fights from a distance. "Salmon, you are better than I thought. Last time Yuta came here, he was beaten pretty badly by me," Maki said with a smile, not sure whether she was excited about the fight or smiled after thinking about that other Yuta. "But if this is all you can do, then this is going to end pretty quick," Maki smirked. Yuta, on the other hand, was trying to understand how Maki fights. Though Maki is strong, but not by that much. Yuta himself has worked really hard on his physics. If not anything, he should have close to this version of Maki at his base. So it's not about power as much as it is about the range. Maki's range, especially with that staff, was throwing him off guard. "If I want to get to her, then I have to do something about that staff of hers," Yuta thought as he planned. "We'll see." Yuta smiled. Both power and range are going for the girl. While in terms of both speed and experience, we are almost equal. The only thing going for me is my experience of dealing with people is stronger than mine, and I am pretty good at getting a rise out of people. Yuta smirked. For someone who has been bullied all this life, especially by superhuman kids with all sorts of powers, Yuta built a knack for observing weak points or a loophole in their powers or the way they fight to use them against him. This might be way before he got his system, but this is how he had survived all this time. And the very first rule, when fighting an enemy who is stronger than you, is never fight fair. While this fight was going on, Gojo Satoru was standing on top of a building with Principal Yaga there. "You are hiding something, Satoru. Tell me, what did you find in that boy that you directly atom him in without even knowing his background?" Yaga asked with both confusion and a little irritation. But unlike usual, Gojo didn't have his usual smile on his face. He was observing Yuta's fight with Maki with intent, even though they were standing pretty far away. Thanks to his 6 eyes, it's not a problem for him. "Because we can't afford him outside," Gojo replied as he looked at his hand in which he caught Yuta's hand. His lips pursed, a little smile on his face, but at the same time, he was looking solemn. "That kid, no matter whether he is related to Yuta or not, he has the potential to be stronger than both Yuta and even me," Gojo said with a strange smile on his face. Yaga, after hearing this, was wide-eyed. "Satoru, what are you hiding?" Yaga now almost shouted. "Haha, nothing you have to worry, sensei. Just make sure that those old geezers don't get a hint of the boy." Gojo smiles as he vanishes from his place. All men are not created equal, Yuta, but that doesn't mean they can't be equal. It's not what you are matters, but rather what you are inspired to be, what action you take, what goals you have, and ultimately what kind of man you become, Granny said with a soft tone as she put a bandage around a young Yuta's bleeding head. Yuta currently was only 5 years old, but unlike many 5-year-olds, he wasn't childish at all. Being a reincarnation, he had memories and experiences of his previous life. He wasn't any child. Well, at least not a toddler for sure. He did die in his teenage only, so there's that. His head was bleeding as he stood there, getting bandaged by his granny, arguably the only person in the world who barely gave any fuck about his well-being. He didn't want to say anything, but the situation was getting out of hand now. The bullies in his school were not leaving him alone, to the point he was on the verge of either breaking down or killing those fuckers and go to jail made for kids, if that exists out there in this world. Oh, how he would love to take that one sharp knife his granny has in the kitchen to school one of these days. But he won't, because that won't solve anything. Even if he is willing to throw his entire future in the drench for only being able to see those fuckers begging him for life, maybe it would be worth it? He can't do that, because it will affect his granny more than it will to him. She was already in her twilight year, and no matter how much he wanted to think otherwise, a person's life is definite in this world, as long as the said person is not born with a cheat of a quirk that is, did I say all men are not created equal? He doesn't want his granny to suffer any problems in these years, so he will not do it. He's gonna bear it all. But granny, what I'm supposed to do? There are many with powers, and I am just me. Yuta wanted to assure himself that he wasn't on the verge of crying. That would be too embarrassing for his own self-esteem. And yet shocks were hard to control. Damn this child's body. Hearing this, Granny just smiled softly. Yes, you're just you. And I believe that's enough, dear. You don't have to be someone else. And more than anything, you don't consider yourself weak for not having a quirk. Granny said, to which Yuta just nodded. Though this was kind of an instinct he developed when he just didn't want to talk with anyone, when he wasn't sure whether he would say something he shouldn't, something which a child like him shouldn't even know, let alone think about. Remember, dear, one man is all it took to start the Second World War in the past. Is that even the right example to give a 5-year-old? Yuta sometimes questioned the real identity of his granny. Was she some kind of spy or something back in her days? It took one baby to change the world from what it was to what it is today. One right decision or goal can change the entire world. Granny said as she finished the bandaging part before getting up to go and cook something for the child. Yuta, remember, with great power comes great responsibility. That sentence, why I feel like I heard it somewhere. But that is not what makes him a hero. At least in my mind, I don't think so. For me, a man who is just as ordinary as anyone out there takes that responsibility, that a hero. A person who burns himself to bring light and hope to others. A hero is not a person who is the best. In fact, a hero is a person who represents our best. What we can accomplish, we can see into that hero. If you can't see yourself as that hero, then that is no hero. Cool. And why say this philosophy to a 5-year-old? Yuta resisted rolling his eyes. Though he loved his granny, sometimes she just had to say things which are too complicated for a kid. You are young, but you have always been way too mature for your own age. But it doesn't matter. One day you will understand what I mean here, my boy. A real hero never comes from the sky with wings attached to his back. Rather, he emerges from the very soil we all have born on. He goes through the same struggle we all have and the same setback we all have. It's not the wings which make him fly, but his own hard work, sweat, and blood. Behind a real hero's cape exist wounds which are just as deep as ours, or even more. Those are the kind of people who can really become a hero. Granny said, But Granny, I don't want to be a hero. I'm not even in the masses. Forget about being better. I'm not even as good as those ordinary people. If they all can achieve what I am inspired to be with just half the work I do, what chance do I have to beat them? Yuta asked. He knew that he wasn't being fair here. His granny was trying to motivate him. Those words were never real, but something so that he kept on going. She said for his sake. He shouldn't be asking to put her in a tight situation. But instead of frowning or averting the question, he saw her smiling. Then work even harder. And who said you have to beat them in the first place? You just have to focus on your goals and achieve them. Why does what others do or are capable of have anything to do with you? Remember, son, those who come from nothing have nothing to lose. Unlike most, you have to start from negative. You don't get to start from zero. Big deal. Just say you have a bigger range to improve and move on. When if you do, remember you will not only be a hero by the end. You will become an idea so unshakable that it will give rise to many more who are like you. Granny said with a smile. Yuta stood there after hearing this with a trance. How is it even possible for her to believe in him so? He himself doesn't believe that he can do that. After that, he didn't say anything. Doctor, how is he? Is he okay? You don't have to worry about the boy, Mrs. Kazuki. He is stable now. Though the boy lacks quirk, his physical resilience is quite something. He will be up and running in no time, said the doctor. Granny immediately sighed in relief. On another note, you do know how the boy ended up falling from a second-story building? The doctor asked, but Granny said nothing. The doctor, seeing that he would not get any answers, just decided to let it go for the time being. Granny, after some time, was given permission to meet Yuta. After 2 days, when Yuta finally came to consciousness, that was when Granny sighed in relief. Though the boy still won't say what really happened, it wasn't hard to guess. But this was the time when 2 people with a small girl almost the same age as Yuta came to visit him. You must be this young man's guardian. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Orimoto Dan. This is my wife Simir and my daughter Rika. I heard it from my daughter. Yuta, save her from those bullies. Mr. Orimoto said an entire how Yuta saved his daughter from the bullies. And even though after getting beaten, he wouldn't let those bullies touch the girl. In this fight, Rika somehow got pushed to the railing. Yuta, at the last moment, saved her, more like exchanging positions with her and falling instead. And of course, after hearing this, Yuta was grumbling under his breath about why they had to say all those things to his granny. While the adults were talking, the girl Rika slowly came to him. She was in her hospital dress, as she too was hospitalized. She was injured as well, just not as much as Yuta. "Thank you for helping me there," she said in a small voice, making him narrow his eyes to listen to what he was trying to say. "Don't mention it," he just waved off. "No, I just wanted to say that if it wasn't for you, then I—" The girl was clearly struggling to say anything right now. "They beat you and even burned you, but you kept on going. You didn't fight back and only covered me. Why?" She didn't continue what she first wanted to say, but rather asked this instead. Yuta, hearing this, blinked and pondered a little. "Well, I don't believe I can beat 5 boys ganging on me with their quirk even if I wanted to. My goal was to protect you. That's what I focus on," Yuta nonchalantly said. "Why?" asked the girl. She came a little close. "Because someone told me that I don't have to beat them. Just complete my goal. My mission, and that's all." "I see. You know, you're like a hero to me back then," said Rika with a small blush forming. Yuta, hearing this, just scoffed. "That the only thing which I ain't." Giggling, the girl just came even close as her lips came close to Yuta's cheeks. She sucks at aiming, or just outright can't make up her mind, because she ended up placing her kiss half on his lips and half on the side, making him stunned for a second. Man, I have a deja vu feeling that any time she could ask me to marry when we grow up, and then bam, a tragic love story begins with either one of us dying. A little background story I felt like writing. Personally, I like it, considering it's something different for 100-chapter completion. On another note, I will try first-person writing style for next few chapters, so please tell me whether you like it. The spar between both Maki and Yuta was dragging on. Neither was able to land a decisive blow at the other. Most of the attacks were done by Maki thanks to her long range with her staff. Yuta, though, was better at defense, mostly dodging the attacks thanks to his already borderline superhuman reaction time, thanks to all the time he had to rely on it to protect his life, both before joining UA and after that. And then there was his build. He could easily tank many attacks, just had to use an iron body. Though he can't use many of the techniques from 6 style without OFA, iron body is different. That technique and one another don't require OFA to use, meaning he still does have some means to defend himself. What the hell? How is that muscular body moving like a flying leaf in the air? Just stand still for a second. Maki was getting irritated thanks to Yuta constantly blocking her attack with iron body and mostly dodging her attacks with paper body. "What? Too much for you, Ms. Zenin," Yuta taunted. This immediately gets a rise out of the girl as she closes the gap towards him to go for an attack. Of course, Yuta was doing it intentionally, knowing that her range of attack with that staff would not going to let him even get close to her. So he planned to play not only by body, but also by wits. He can't use many of his abilities, so he has to play unfairly to some degree. Knowing Maki doesn't like her family was a good point to start. He by now had so much experience fighting with people, or just defending against those who were way too powerful than him, that he knew which buttons to push to get people riled up. For Maki Zenin, her last name is that button. That plus a lot of annoying jokes and taunts, and constantly avoiding her attacks, like it was nothing pushed her to make a mistake. And that it did, Yuta, after much time, finally caught a proper opening in her stand. And he was ready now. He dashed at her just when she was about to use her staff to attack him, dodging the attack by hair length. Maki, seeing this sudden move, was first stunned, and then realized Yuta was doing this intentionally. She quickly wanted to jump back, but the punch coming at her was way too powerful for that. She, knowing this, just gave up on dodging and bringing her hand in front of her to block, only for the punch to never actually come. Works every time. Yuta smirked. He wasn't an idiot to throw an easy-to-block punch. That was just a decoy. The moment the punch even connected to her arms, which protected her face, obstructing her view, was the same movement Yuta changed the direction of his run. Rather than punching, he used her stomach as a lever and turned himself around behind her and grabbed her slim waist. Maki's eyes widened when she felt the grip on her waist. finally realizing that she had fallen for his trap. But now it was too late. Yuta, with all his power, lifted the girl for one final 180 judo slam. Dud! Maki felt a hit on her head before he let her go, and she was left on the ground, panting for air and feeling the pain coming to her. That was my victory, I'll say. Was harder to beat than I first anticipated. You're a good fighter, honestly. Really skilled at handling weapons. But not that great when it comes to handling emotions. Try not to get riled up next time. It's better an enemy doesn't use this against you. Yuta said as he extended his hand towards Maki, who was looking at him in disbelief. There was no expression on her face, like she was still contemplating what just happened. But when things seemed to click inside her head, she gritted her teeth and spat away Yuta's hand to help her. Getting up with ferocity, she just asked only one thing. Why didn't you use your curse technique? The rules of the spar never stated that they can't use curse energy or curse technique. Maki, thanks to her not being able to sense curse energy, can't sense the lack of curse energy coming out of Yuta, unlike both Toge and Panda. So she anticipated quickly that Yuta would use his curse powers. Well, I can ask you the same. You didn't do it, so I thought it's just normal sparring. Yuta replied. This made both Toge and Panda confused again. Can he really use curse energy? If yes, then why can't we sense anything? Was their question. This made Maki just purse her lips. Fight me again, this time with your curse energy, Maki said with determination burning in her eyes. Are you sure? Yuta asked as he saw the notification come just then. Minor quest. Heroes don't bully girls. Complete. Main quest. Beat Zen and Maki without hero time. Rewards, plus 10-minute hero time. Yuta just internally smirked before getting shouted at by Maki from the sideline. Stop talking and fight me, Maki said as she took the weapon in her hands and rushed at Yuta. Troublesome. His eyes flashed red for a second, activating Sharingan to see even the smallest of her mistakes, which were worth plenty of thanks to her being this agitated. With masterful movement, he used Paper Body to dodge the attack, and then blocked movement by placing one of his legs between her predicted path. He made her tremble before grabbing her by the sweater and knocking her down. Stay down. You can't beat me like the way you are right now, Yuta said as he saw the girl looking at him in disbelief. She knew that she attacked wrong in her anger at how the boy predicted what she was about to do. She was currently lying flat on the ground while looking wide-eyed at him. Ms. Zenin, I know I'm handsome, but if you keep staring like this, then I might blush. Ms. Zenin, I know I'm handsome, but if you keep staring like this, then I might blush. After that woman kicks me right between my legs. Damn that devil spawn. One of these days I will pay her back. Good thing that the reverse curse technique heals, or otherwise, I can't even imagine what would have happened to my future happy life. Though half of the reason was mine, I annoyed her a little too much, and I shouldn't have let my guard down even after I won that match. Even Spider Sense was useless with that proximity. Sigh. Grumbling, I look at the partner assigned to me for my very first mission here. Black hair, which looked like was styled after a cactus, and a handsome face, which was so punchable that I had to repeatedly remind myself not to do it. And above anything, that look on his face which looked like he was in a constant state of constipation. This was none other than the last hope of Zenin clan, Megumi Fushiguro. Currently, I partner with him to find a cursed object, a good thing because I was getting bored in school AF. The situation with Maki after that fight was wacky at best. She pretty much avoided me. Not sure what had gotten into her, I even apologized for taunting her and using her hatred for her family against her. But no, the girl has attitude. With Toge and Panda, though, things were good. But ultimately, they were not the people who I would be teaming up with in the future. This guy was looking at Megumi. The boy was giving me strange looks from time to time. It wasn't hard to figure out what he was thinking. Stop that. I told you I'm not Okatsu, and this is not a prank by Gojo. You're irritating me now. At this, boy just tactfully removed his glaring eyes from me. But that face clearly stated that he wasn't convinced. As I said, we were currently looking for a curse item. And that was it about this mission. I hardly cared until we came to the place we currently were standing in front of. It was none other than high school. You gotta kidding me. This is the starting of the canon timeline. But that is not the problem, besides knowing that the canon started from here. and that strange finger thing. I don't remember what else there was to it. It's like I purposefully missing some key information which could save me a load full of bullcrap. Think Yuta, think. What is it that you were forgetting? Hey, quit standing there. Let's go, Megumi said as he walked into the school. Fine. For the time being, let's just go with the flow. Where is it? Where'd it go? Megumi almost shouted while comically looking around. What happened? I asked, knowing that whatever it is, I'm not going to like it. The finger is missing, he replied with a frowning look plastered on his face. Yup, knew it, but let's just confirm again. What's so important about that finger? It's a powerful curse object. The most powerful, in fact. It is one of Sukuna's fingers. Oh yes, we are all so dead. I see. I reply with the same grim expression on my face, matching his seriousness level. What? Nothing. I'm just surprised that you even know about Sukuna, Megumi said. I did my homework before coming. In my free time, I went wild with Sharingan in Jujutsu High Library. So what's now? I asked, not sure what to do. We have to find it. Why did I even ask? Of course, we have to. What the fuck you guys thinking taking out that obviously suspicious-looking object and playing Resident Evil with it? I shouted as I ran alongside both Megumi and Yuji Itadori, who just joined the gang. What? Yuji sounded confused. Ignore him, he sometimes acts like that. Megumi replied. Hey, don't act like you know me, jackass. We just met 6 hours ago. You're right, Megumi muttered under his breath, but I heard him. This bastard still doesn't believe that I'm not Okatsu. Upon getting to the high school, it was obvious that the place was lurking with curse energy. I now was able to sense it clearly after learning it from others, and reading some books on the nature of this curse energy. And though I can't use curse energy directly, reverse curse energy is the same. Oh, fun fact, my concept earlier was kind of wrong and yet right. RCT, or reverse curse technique, is actually healing, or at least what I learned in the books. But the thing is that it in fact is not exactly a technique. It's just a combination of curse energy to make it positive. So even calling it positive cures energy or reverse curse energy is also right. So this now further confuses me what my curse technique is. It states the reverse curse technique. And yes, I can heal now. A boon for someone like me who uses OFA and has a chance of getting injured. But if that's it, then why suddenly I am able to bypass infinity? That damn Gojo wouldn't explain. And I am out of my wits to figure that out. And can't ask this of others either. Have to keep that a secret and all. Although I suspect that it has something to do with me combining OFA with RCT. Whatever, no point thinking about that right now. Gotta take care of a few curse spirits and save some kids. It's hero time. At night, even a place like a school looks like a haunted house. No, serious. Why the fuck does my heart go 20 miles a second just opening a door which sounds worse than my neighbor's secondhand in a car? Leave it. It's close. We need to find another way, Megumi said as he used his curse energy to jump high and cross the iron gate. Yeah, man. Thanks for taking us here and all, but for now on, leave the matters to us. It's dangerous, I said, turning to Yuji, who was looking a little rebellious when asked to return and not follow them anymore, but didn't argue back or anything. Saying this, I just put more pressure on the gate, breaking it from the hinge and almost ripping it off. Yuji saw this with wide eyes, gawking a little. He still now was the strongest kid in his circle, how he never has seen anyone stronger than him still date. And then this boy comes and outright makes him look like a child. Oops, I wasn't planning on doing that. Well, it's not like I have to pay for it, hope I don't. I will just respectfully put the gate here. Sorry, but this is to save lives. I internally prayed as entered the school, right behind Megumin. That bastard left me and got inside alone. Running inside, I tried to sense any kind of curse energy. Though I wasn't the best at it, I was still able to locate negative energy on the second floor. With that, I dash after Megumin. The first thing I saw was Megium had his dogs fighting with ugly-looking things. This is a curse. It was my first time looking at a curse, and I have to say that it looks disgusting. At least villains looked more human-like back in the MHA world. But this is outright, not sure how to explain. Monsters shouldn't be the right word considering those cursed spirits who look like humans are the real monsters. Whatever, let's help the guy first. OFA 5% punch. speed running towards a monster. I zoomed past Megumi, who was struggling to land a decisive attack at the curse thanks to the size difference, and punched the curse hard on the head. At least I believe that was the head. Dud! The curse was thrown back, but besides that looked fine in most cases. Seems like I have to use more power. No, let's try using RCT here. It's supposed to be very effective against curses, right? Before I saw Megumin run by me. Take care of this one. There is someone in danger. That was the only thing he said before zooming by me. Hey, you just can't toss this guy on me. I wanted to complain, but sigh. Knowing that it was pointless, I just focused on gathering RCT on my hands. This time I didn't use OFA. Using RCT also needs hero time, so that would be a waste. If possible, let's only use RCT until I don't have to use any other powers. With that in mind, my hands lit up slightly with a white aura and I rush at the curse. At first, the curse looked like he was ready to fight, like he was pissed at me after I punch him. But the moment I used RCT, he looked like he was an employee who saw his boss coming to him with a file with his name written on it. We know that we are doomed if that ever happens. So the bastard ran. Oh, why? Why, what are you doing? Come here and fight me. I shouted with irritation upon seeing how fast the big chubby body was running. So of course I give it chase, only to find that I ended up in a place full of curses surrounding me. Not even kidding, there must be hundreds of them. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. And though they had numbers on their side, the moment I used RCT, they all looked afraid. This gave me a little confidence back. Well, not like I was afraid or anything. It's just that they would draw more HT from me than I am willing to spend to take care of these little fries. My first target was still that fat curse. Not stopping my chase, even after being surrounded by many curses, I punched the curse again, but this time with an RCT-infused punch. The punch itself was quite weak, but the moment the punch connected, the body of the cursed spirit almost exploded, making a spectacular sense of gore and disgusting green blood. What in the world? With irritated eyes, I looked at my new uniform, which was completely white and resembled my hero costume a lot with clear irritation, because it was not clean or white no longer, covered with cursed blood and guts. Oh, you guys gonna pay for that? I shouted as RCT in my hands raged, making those cursed spirits nervous and some even try to run away. Oh no, not that quick. I wore. By the time I was done, I looked better kind curse than those cursed spirits. Sighing, I just went after Megumin. When I came to the terrace, I suddenly heard this. You idiot, don't swallow that, Megumin shouted. Not something I'll ever say, but still why I feel like I missed something really important. A feeling of déjà. Increasing my speed at the expense of little HT, I crossed the distance to reach Megumin, only to see a big curse suddenly getting cut into a sliced piece of bread in front of my eyes. Holy shit. Oh shit. I have no idea how the hell I forgot the fact that almost all kinds of trouble started in this world because of this. Yuji Itadori ate Sukuna's finger, and I, the idiot who knew the plot, did nothing. But it's strange. I knew that I don't remember the story as well as I do, but this is literally the start of the anime. How'd I forget this? No, I don't think so. I forgot this. Something strange going on here. Hey, system, do you influence my memories in any way or form? I just gotta know at this point. Even in my world, I remember much, but I just seem to forget some of the most important things. Until Bakugo got attacked by Mook, Mud Monster, I couldn't remember many of the things in my world. But from that point onwards, it was like I had long-lost memories. It was all there. No, every world has its own key moments. These key moments are irreplaceable and non-changeable in nature. Like Izuka Midoriya getting one for all, like Itadori Yuji getting Sukuna's powers inside him. Like Naruto Uzumaki losing his parents and becoming the nine-tailed Jinchuriki. Monkey D. Luffy getting the Nika fruit. Any factors which try to or could tend to change this moment are removed by the will of the world or dimensional laws. This happens because those moments define a major change in the following timeline and actions of the world. And though the timeline can still be changed, as the host did much of that in the MHA world, the world still will preserve those key moments to somewhat control the world. This particular phenomenon is outside the control of the system. Shit, I knew that something was up, but never suspected that. Guess there are things which even this system can't go against. But ultimately, future is not set in stone. It can be changed. And that is what is more important. H, this is the feeling I've been waiting for. It's been ages since I felt like this. The world has changed. There are so many people alive now. Children, women, I can't wait to go after them, killing them one by one. This era, I like it. Megumi widened his eyes. By his look alone, it was possible to estimate that he probably thinking in the line of, "We are fucked." But he didn't outright lose his composure. He took a stand, a particular stand that Yuta remembered taking him so many times in the anime, that honestly, it became a running meme on how this potential man can't do anything besides pulling up a suicidal move. Major quest, hidden nemesis. Main quest, hide your reverse curse technique from Sukuna. Reward? What does that mean? This at first glance looks fishy. Does my technique have something to do with him? Or maybe some kind of connection? While I was thinking about this, Megumi was already gathering his curse technique to bring out 8-eye, sword, demon, sexy, divine, commando, Maharaga. Let's just call the guy Maharaga. No, wait, I am fine. It's me, Yuji. That was the time when Yuji just called out as he took control from Sukuna back. What? How I am supposed to believe you? Megumi said, still in his position to bring out Maharaga. I'm pretty sure that Yuji. I decided to intervene at this time. Usually, Gojo would have arrived here by now, but he hasn't for some reason. No doubt it has something to do with him. Has to be. Walls can change the timeline this much. You can calm down, Megumi. Observe those markings are gone from Yuji's body. It's most likely that he is under control. And I even doubt that someone like Sukuna would even need to sneak attack like this to the like of 2 college-going students. I said while hiding my curse energy, while also trying to observe if Gojo was here or not, which he wasn't. Not sure what he was doing right now. What possibly be more important than? Satoru, what is the meaning of this? You just took in a boy who resembles Okatsu in Jujutsu tech. You have zero knowledge about his real background, what he is capable of, and why both Yuta Okatsu and this boy look alike. Even their name is the same. Came a low-toned voice. The voice itself was calm but sounded demanding and agitated. Him looking exactly like Yuta is a bigger reason to take that boy in. He can't remember anything about his past. All he knew was that he was from a village, raised there and all. But he can't remember how he came here. Gojo stands there with an unusual stoic expression on his face and reply. What are the chances that a boy who looks exactly like Okatsu suddenly appears just when he happens to go overseas? If I didn't know better that Okatsu Yuta was really overseas, I would have already taken action. But this raises concern. What if this is a plan to infiltrate Jujutsu, hyped by someone? Again, the voice came. If so, then I will handle it. And when we talk about chances, I will bunk on the fact that both are related and don't know about each other all this time. Gogo reply, while internally hoping those damn elders will also assume things just like he did. Twin, you mean? It was no hidden fact that Akutsu Yuta had boundless curse energy. So much so that it even surpasses both Gojo Satoru and maybe even Sukuna. It's very natural for any person who understands the fate of twins in the Jutsu world and knows about heavenly restriction. Seeing the silence from the other side, Gojo knew that those elders were also thinking about what he did initially. If only they knew that truth. But it's better they rather not. It is imperative that they don't understand what Yuta Hero, the fake identity Gojo created for Yuta for the time being, is really capable of. A curse technique which goes against the very foundation of Jujutsu society itself. Gojo didn't want those old crooks to get their hands on someone like Yuta. How much curse energy the boy has. That was the only thing he heard after a long silence. Not much, but he can see curses if that's what you're asking me. He also surprisingly has good control over it. Even seems proficient in reverse curse technique. Gojo said, note, in anime, RCT is used only for healing. Here in FIC, that is not the case. Yuta's RCT is not exactly healing, because remember that there is a difference between terminology which Jujutsu society don't understand between reverse curse technique and reverse curse energy. RCE heals. RCT reversed the existing curse technique. Ultimately, Gojo never showed up there. This was both an interesting and maybe good outcome. I remember that Sukuna devised all that plan of taking control of Megumi's body because he wanted control over Magaraga. This is all because he wanted to beat Gojo's infinity. And there is nothing better than Maharaga, a spirit who already has beaten the previous user of 6 eyes and infinity. So this might prevent that plan from coming to fruition. But that is just my hopeful thinking. Now knowing that the world itself pushes certain incidents to happen, I don't want to count on that. Hey, how long do we have to wait here? Yuji asked while munching on a popsicle. Beside him was standing Megumi in his usual bland personality. All 3 of us were in our Jujutsu uniform. I personally got a uniform much like Yuta in the show. And what the hell is system? I know after coming here that I look like Yuta Okatsu, but we are pretty much identical. Did you just copy that guy when giving me a body when I was born in MHA world or something? Currently, I am going by the name Yuta Hero. That last name was picked by Gojo. I have 0 involvement in it sounding anywhere close to the word hero. But hey, seems like my heroism not leaving me no matter which world I go. Currently, we are waiting for the only girl in our class. Nobara Kujisaki, be honored boys. I am a class gal. Blinking, I just smile a little. Girls here sure are pretty. Not like my girls are lacking or anything. It's just I found them more mature here for some reason. Hi, I am Yuji Itadori. Yuji introduced him with much enthusiasm. Fushiguro Megumi. Megumi, on the other hand, was pretty bland as usual. Hello, nice to meet you. I am Yuta Hero. I went for a simple traditional greeting, but upon seeing her face, it didn't look like she was impressed. At least I wasn't getting the half-eye look from her, unlike both Yuji and Megumi. Do I really have to work with them? Nobara complains. Gojo, hearing this, just smiled. Anyways, get ready. We're going to Tokyo, he said, and after hearing this, both Yuji's and Nobara's eyes lit up like stars descended on them. The light in their eyes lost shine faster than they could repeat Tokyo. Currently, we were standing in front of a cursed building. This is your generic test JJK stole from the Naruto series. Just this wasn't as impressive as it was in Naruto. There is a cursed spirit in that building. You 3 have to exorcise it, Gojo said as he pointed at Yuji, Nobara, and even me. Why me didn't I beat the shit out of hundreds of those cursed spirits back in the school? I was about to protest, but upon seeing Gojo staring at me directly, because you never know how he is looking at me with that I folded off, if only I had that power or the possibilities, I didn't say anything. A previous conversation with Gojo came to my mind. Flashback. This is happening after Sukuna mission and Yuji joined the school. What is that supposed to mean? Don't use my curse energy outside healing. How I am supposed to be a Jujutsu sorcerer even if I don't use the curse technique. I complained as I saw Gojo eating sweets while demanding to not use a pretty cool power, which in combination with OFA could even break his infinity. This might not apply to others except 2 people I know, but you don't need curse energy to be a Jujutsu sorcerer. You are strong even without using curse energy. Is that what you do to punch me back then? That blue aura thing. You were strong, very much so back then, even after not using curse energy. And it's not like I'm asking never to use curse energy. You can still use it to heal yourself and others. Just don't use it directly in fighting. At least not until it's extremely important. And especially not that golden aura punch. Refrain from using that as much as possible. Only when there is no other way. Gojo said, while finishing his 3rd box of sweets. That sucks. You're not even telling me why I shouldn't use it. I can't help but complain about this. I can tell you, but where's the fun in that? You have to figure out what your technique does yourself. That is the only way to grow stronger. And yes, you can still use it in hiding when you need to train. But that is it. It's important. Just on this, listen to your sensei. Frowning, I couldn't do anything but sigh and entered the damn building. No using curse technique. Got it. Oh, I so much want to go to Tokyo. What the hell I am doing in this rundown place? Oh, Nobara acted like any spoiled girl would do, though that is mostly her personality as I remember from anime, or have seen so far. Hey, both of you, do one thing. You guys look at both the underground and bottom floor, while I will look at the top. Nobara said with her usual haughty attitude. I just sigh, already knowing how this is going to turn out. But this is important for her growth, so I'd rather just stay out of it. I'll put down the weapons, so don't hurt the kid, okay? Nobara said as the curse took a boy hostage. I just ended up following her. Knowing that this would happen, I just can't leave things to act out, just like in the anime. I have a chance many things. What if Itadori doesn't come here in time? Both that poor boy and that Nobara's life would be in danger. And it happened just as I anticipated. Yuji this time didn't come to the top floor. He really did go directly to the underground floor. Well, guess it again, hero time. Nobara, who was standing there with her hands up, was in the air, so that the spirit went after her and leave the boy, and suddenly felt the strong wind from behind her. Instinctively, she brought down her hand to hold back an almost borderline floating skirt from exposing her modesty. She didn't even have time to notice what happened, but by the time she again focused on the cursed spirit, she could no longer find the boy with him. Alarmed, she looked around only to find Yuta carrying the boy and was in a safe distance now. Go on, kill that spirit now. I got the boy, Yuta replied, as he was already close to the gate with the boy in his hand, though he just saw the boy passing out. Apparently, the speed of Soru for ordinary people is too much, let alone a kid like him. Thankfully, Yuta's curse power is healing to some degree, so there wasn't much to worry about. Nobara stood there in a daze for a few seconds before immediately acting up. Taking her hammer and needle back in her hand, she rushes at the cursed spirit. The curse tried to run away, but the girl directly jumped on the curse and nailed him to death. Nailed it! She smirked after seeing the spirit die. Seriously? Nailed it! Yuta looked bemused. Don't tell me that your tagline. God, that wow. Yuta smiled, but after seeing her eyes turning dangerous, he shut up. Fine, fine. Thanks for helping me, Nobara said with still her haughty attitude on. She can't even say thanks with more honesty. A little tsundere, I guess. Nah, that's fine. That's what teammates are for, right? Yuta waves his hand. How did you do that? Is it your curse technique? Nobara asked, though she didn't show it, but she looked curious about how Yuta did that. Something like that. It's classified, though maybe I will lose my mouth a little if you pay for the dinner. Yuta smiled. Huh, is that your way of asking out a girl? That's why all three of you boys are single. It was hard to stop the obvious twitch from coming to his face, but Yuta at this point was a master. Oh, did it feel like that? No, I just want to save some money. Sorry if we're expecting someone to ask you out, though. But don't worry, there's surely a big market for countryside girls. You were pretty enough to get a blind date. I am pretty sure some guys are into crazy chicks like you lately. Yuta dodged a needle coming right at him thanks to his spider instincts. He saw Nobara looking at him with that murderous look of hers. Ah, that's a little too crazy. Guess no one nailing you any time? I hear ya. Help me. With his fun with his team, Yuta returns back to Jujutsu Tech. How come I fall into the hit list of two main girls of JJK work under just a few days of me coming here? Yuta honestly pondered, but just shrugged his shoulders. Today was no mission for him, so he planned to just either laze around or train a little bit. He wanted to test his RCT technique for so long, but that damn Satoru wouldn't let him. Now that he was in Jujutsu Tech and had time on his hands, he was planning on doing so, but just as he was about to start his day, he heard a knock on his door. Come in. Not sensing any particular curse energy, he just asked the person to enter. And lo and behold, this person was none other than Maki Zenin herself. The girl was wearing her Jujutsu Tech uniform, but no stocking today, giving a clear view of her delicious legs to everyone. Yuta instinctively opens his Sharingan for a second, burning the image in his brain for eternity to come. Maki didn't notice this, though. She just entered 3 steps inside his room before stopping. Strange how you suddenly come here. Yuta finally looked up from those legs to see Maki, who was glaring at him. Her glare could have been for a number of reasons, but Yuta thinks that he knows the most obvious. Where are you looking? She asked. Your legs, Yuta replied gallantly. Stop that, I want to talk. She said, somehow not getting creeped out or getting angry. No thanks. I prefer my eyes here on those sexy legs that you work out so much than those scary-looking eyes glaring daggers at me for no apparent reason. Yuta just didn't care. If the girl didn't want him to see her juicy legs, then she wouldn't have come into his room, let alone with a short skirt and no stockings on. URG. She just groans as he walks up to Yuta. Yuta saw the legs coming together and just had to look up now, because now Maki was inside the range where she could actually deliver an attack if he was not attentive enough. She stopped right at his face, because Yuta was sitting on his bed. His face currently was directly in front of her crotch. Watching the rhythmic tapping of the floor with her foot, Yuta just sighed and finally looked up. Fine, tell me what you want. He already had a 3D model of her in his mind, thanks to Sharingan anyway. She kept on glaring at him before finally sighing herself. You only look like Okatsu, but not like him at all. Sorry to disappoint you, Ms. Zenin. Don't call me that. Maki immediately chipped. Okay. No more jokes or annoying you. Sit and tell me why you are here. I'm sure that you have a good reason. Yuta raised his hands as he gave up and shifted a little bit to make a place for her. She just glared at him for a little longer before sitting beside him. I wanted to apologize for what I did back then, Maki said, though it was clear that the girl was having a hard time saying it. Oh, that, you don't have to. I was being an ass to you all the time. It's only fair, though my assessment about you still stands. If that thing with your family is a source of motivation for you to keep getting stronger, then it's also a weakness which others can exploit. Hell, I did that and I didn't need anything but a talk with you for a few minutes. Yuta said with a little sigh. Yes, I understand that. That is why I wanted to apologize and ask for your help. I want to train with you again. There are not many hand-to-hand combat fighters here. Last time, I could see many mistakes in my fighting style after fighting you. Maki said honestly. Well, I am down. I too need a training partner for the time being. Yuta shrugged. Good, then let's go. I especially came to bring you with me. Come on, we are wasting time. Maki immediately stood up, putting Yuta on the spot. He was planning on training, but at the same time also lazing around for a bit more. He wanted to refuse, but his eyes again went to her bare legs. Sai, why not? Let's go. So why we are here exactly? Yuta asked as he looked around the place. Currently, he came with Maki to a particular underground train station for some reason. For the last few days, he was getting along with the girl pretty well, enough that their earlier dispute was all forgotten. There are many second and third grade cursed spirits lingering in here. Currently, we don't have many people to handle this low-level task, and that's why you are here with me. Maki replies as she walks inside the station with her tight-fitted Jujutsu uniform tugging on her curves. Yuta was building up resistance, now from getting distracted by those, but it was still a work in progress. Mainly he can do this because the girl herself doesn't mind much. For Maki Zenin, power and destroying her family come first and not romance or her womanly charms. Maki too was getting just used to Yuta's staring at her like this. The boy clearly just admired them and didn't do anything more, so she didn't have any problem. No, what I mean is why the unusual pair. I thought that we work in a team like the first year or the second year. Yuta asked, not getting how the teams are arranged. Usually yes, but in times like this when we are understaffed, we just don't have the luxury to send any entire team on small missions. For my team, both Panda and Toj have moved out, and when upon getting this mission, just could have only asked you or Megumi. I see. Yuta nodded, not even questioning why I chose him over Megumi. Hey, I wanted to talk with you all this time, but didn't find the right time to do so. Maki suddenly spoke up, not even looking at him as she was walking ahead of him, swaying her hips, but the tone alone brought back Yuta's attention to Maki's voice from her ass. There was a sober tone to it. Yeah, sure. What you want to say? You asked me back then why I wasn't using curse energy or my own curse technique, right? Before a fight broke out here, I had to tell you. I didn't use it because I don't have it. Maki all this time kept on looking forward, not looking back at Yuta. Oh, that's why you were so good at hand-to-hand combat. Good. At least now, I can take a little solemn at the fact I was getting my ass kicked by you all this time. Yuta replied with a little laughing tone. This wasn't the kind of response Maki was expecting. She contemplated and didn't say anything for a while before finally opening her mouth. Are you okay with that? You understand why that means, right? Maki asked. Yeah, you can't use curse powers and rather do close combat fighting with weapons. Isn't that all? Yuta acted as if he didn't see the problem at all. No, you don't get it. The curse technique is almost everything in the Jujutsu world. Without the curse energy, a person can't even see the curses. Without that, a person's power is limited. They are doomed to be mediocre. Maki had heard these words all the time. And though she herself never wanted to believe in this, she too had to accept the reality to some degree. Without CE and a curse technique, no matter how much she trains herself, it's almost impossible to reach a higher grade level. All she has right now is her curse tools. Really? I don't think so. Although, I really want to ask how you see curse spirits. Now, hearing you, I can feel that this matters a lot to you. My best bet that you hate for your family, and this is somehow connected. Well, let me answer that first then. No, I don't believe that curse technique or energy is the be-all and end-all. I mean, just look at you, Maki. All this time, I could only see a badass girl with sexy legs, scary eyes, and tons of family problems. And though Maki was still not facing him, he could feel a tick mark forming on her face. But after knowing that you don't have curse energy, I can't help but admire that you're trying to gap that up with training hard and learning how to use curse weapons. You're no longer just a badass girl with sexy legs, scary eyes, and tons of family problems anymore. Now you're the badass girl with sexy legs, scary eyes, and tons of family problems who has much to prove that she is much more than some stupid byproduct of a gene lottery, which will define how powerful she could be by being born with a certain curse technique or a certain amount of curse energy. Yuta said that with all passion. He meant it because in terms of Quirk, he has gone through something similar. He at least had her grandma. She had no one. You really think that? Maki asked with a little low tone. Of course, you are making those people who depend too much on their innate curse technique or are born with huge amounts of curse energy look like idiots. Yuta smiled. But to what level? It's true that I won't be able to reach their level. Without curse energy, what chance do I have to beat them? Maki asked, though it wasn't a question, but more like stating her own situation. Yuta heard this and felt familiar. A genuine smile spread on his face as he said, "Why do you even have to beat them? Is beating them your goal?" Yuta asked, making Maki confused for a second. Before she could say anything, Yuta spoke, first cutting her off. "I don't think so. If it was just beating them, then there are other ways. Your goal, at least what I think, is to establish yourself as someone who is not inferior to those who have put you down all this time. To show them that you're not what they think. If that is the only goal, then just focus on that. You don't need a lot of power, just have enough to complete that goal. If you can't that enough, then learn how to survive and complete your goal with minimum power. Like killing a second-grade curse spirit, for instance. Others will use their curse technique, but that doesn't mean that you can't use a shotgun. Just adapt and focus on your goals. There's nothing more to it. And here's something a person once said, as I too was in the same boat as you are right now. Maybe this will help. Yuta said, and Maki, who wasn't facing Yuta all this time, finally turned back. Her eyes glared at Yuta, but she was eagerly waiting for what he had to say. Though the context was different, let me try to put this here. Real success is not when you're given the wings to fly or you descend from the sky. Real success means when a person has crawled out of the very dirt we all are born in and stand on top of everyone. Behind a successful man or a woman, it's not the wings which they fly with, but a bullied back with the same or even deeper wound than our own. And when those people find success, they're no longer just people. They turn into an idea which gives hope to countless other people like them that it's possible to achieve the impossible. Yuta said what his grandma told to him. A smile on his face. Maki just listened to this with a straight face and just turned around before starting to talk. You got good talking skills. What was the only thing she said, though now finally there was a smile on her face. At least you felt that she had one. Yes, that is another kind of power I built for myself when I felt I didn't have enough. Powers don't have to be only one thing. Everything can be your power, your decision-making, your friends who believe in you and help you with your needs, your ambition, and your hard work. Everything. Curse power is just one aspect of it. So don't let that define your future. Geez, I get it. I don't need more motivation, okay? Maki said, and this time Yuta could say for certain that she was smiling. Hey, thank you. For what? You know what? Yuta found himself getting dragged for a mission on his off day. Honestly, he just wanted to laze around or spend some time with Maki. Out of all the people here besides Yuji, she's the most fun to be around as long he doesn't bring her family into the conversation. Of course, that too was a thing Yuta was working on. It was quickly turning into a joke between him and her who will gut Naoya Zenin first. Yuta didn't have a particular dislike for the man. Heck, he never met him before, but by just the description he was getting from others, he already hated him. Apparently, he isn't a wholly of the highest caliber. Maybe he would have known if he watched JJK's Season 2 or read the manga. Who knows? Back to the current situation, though, Yuta finds himself standing in front of an isolated building, surrounded by police and everything. He tried to remember what happened in the anime, but just couldn't remember much. It's been so many years since he watched it. He is even surprised that he remembers that he watched JJK in the first place. Honestly, I remember the anime just because of how busted Gojo's technique was. Yuta smiled, as he was me, the person who was briefing them on the mission at hand. The middle-aged man's name is Kiyotaka. He is also a curse user, though so weak that he doesn't actually fight, but rather acts as a driver in most mission briefing. He wasn't alone either. Nobara, Yuji, and Megumi were with him. Gojo unfortunately had other work to do, and thus he left. Or did he, after staying here for this long, have realized one thing? I shouldn't believe what looks like the most apparent thing. There's always some hidden agenda or planning going on behind the screen. Yuta remained calm, but internally for some reason, his spider sense was feeling like it was tingling, giving a strange signal like it's not deadly yet, but it will become soon enough if you are not careful enough, you son of a B***********. What kind of cursed spirit are we talking about here, Mr. Kiyotaka? Yuta asked as they were led from the crowd to the inside of the veil cast to keep the people away. It's not clear, but we suspect that it's a grade 1 cursed spirit. Remember, your objective here is not to directly engage. You're still not ready for a grade 1 cursed spirit. Just determine what is going on inside and save the people if you can and immediately come out. That's all, Kiyotaka reminded them. Sure, but tell me again, why are we taking this mission right now? Shouldn't the upper classes or other grades 2 or 1 sorcerers are available? Megumi asked while typing away in his phone. Man, I hate it. I finally decided to get my hair done in this fancy parlor I found in Tokyo, and then he dragged me here with these guys. How you're going to repay me? Nobara said while glaring daggers at Kiyotaka. Mow that. Well, I just followed the ord. Leave the man alone. We got more important things to do here, Yuta said as he slowly stepped closer to the building, and yes, with each step, he was feeling his spider sense calling out of danger. He wasn't sure what kind of danger that was yet. His spider sense tingle even if a child run at him with a knife at hand with the intent to kill. Over time, he has learned to identify the level of the threat by the intensity of how strongly his senses react, but still not proficient. Not to mention, it just tells him something is wrong, or he is in trouble, but not exactly what is wrong or what the trouble exactly is, that he has to find on his own, making it quite challenging to actually use this when he can't even anticipate where the danger will come from. Shut up. You have no idea how much I was waiting for this. Your hair looks like a bird's nest doesn't mean others don't care for their hair. Nobara shouted. Yuta just ignored her after stating this. At least I'm gonna last. With how much yours are falling, and I have been in cleaning duty, so I know, so yeah. Good luck with that. This immediately triggers another shouting match between them. Upon entering the building, they felt curse energy running wild inside the place. Both Yuta and Megwin frowned at this, because, unlike both Nobara and Yuji, they knew that something was off. Come on, I just can't seem to remember anything from this arc. What happened here? Yuta just cursed internally as his spider sense was tingling. But the real surprise was upon actually entering the room. That left almost all of them stunned in disbelief. This is Megumi, is this what I think this is? Yuta asked to confirm. Yeah, this is exactly what you were thinking. Megumi replies with a grim face and sober tone. Hey, stop talking between yourself and explain to us as well. What the hell is this? Nobara asked with irritation as both she and Yuji looked at the totally different-looking room than they had guessed. No, this wasn't a room anymore. It was like a jumble-up concrete jungle, like a maze with much curse energy and a ton of creepy vibes. It's a domain, by the looks of it. It looks incomplete, Megumi said with a grin forming on his face. Just like you said, calling this hell is not inappropriate. It will be hell for us if we don't get out of here, ASAP. Yuta muttered. All right, we need to get out of here. Now. Megumi immediately turns back only to find the door gone. Too late for that, brother. We are already trapped in here. Yuta sighed as he felt finally the sense of giving away danger signs. He learns that domains are sure to hit zones. If that is so, then no one is safe. Not to mention, a cursed spirit who can put up a domain, even if it's incomplete. There is no way they're facing a mere grade 1 curse here. Completely trapped inside the half-complete domain, there was nothing else that they could do but venture around to find a way to get out of there. The only thing good about this situation was the fact that they knew it's an incomplete domain. This means that the domain itself is not closed off yet, meaning that they have a chance to get out of there, and the sure hit chances of under this incomplete domain are not that big. While moving around the place, which started to look more like a labyrinth of sorts, they finally found something of interest. Though it wasn't anything good. It was a corpse, the dead body of one of the victims. We have to bring this body back with us, Yuji stated, unyielding in his stand, but Megumi didn't agree at all. Nobara was trying to solve the growing dispute between the two boys over the matter of the dead body. Yuji wanted to bring the dead body back with him. Megumi, though, was more pragmatic. It was more important for him to take all of them out of this place than to escort a corpse out. Yuta, on the other hand, hardly cared what they were talking about. From the instant he entered this place, his senses were going haywire. It felt like an attack could be directed at him from any direction at any second. Even with his spider sense, he just couldn't let go of this feeling inside him. This was very different from facing those villains. Those villains, at best, have one particular kind of power which he can predict in terms of how they're going to use it. But this was much different. The lingering curse energy in the air was making his senses unfocus. Clearly, he needed some training once he got out of there. Otherwise, having spider sense inside a domain will be a problem rather than an advantage. Frowning at the bickering teammates, he was about to say something to stop them, but that was when his senses immediately haywired. Though they were alerting him from the moment he came here, now was much stronger. This slight difference was enough for him to understand that finally the curse was here. He frantically looked around, but didn't find anyone. But then when his eyes fell on one of Megumi's Shinigami wolves, it was smashed into the wall, completely dead. Megumi, Yuta shouted, and this followed others to look exactly where he was looking. This call from Yuta didn't work as the boys kept on bickering. Yuta was about to knock some sense into them before a scream came. This was none other than Nobara, who herself was making enough noise, but then suddenly screamed, and to Yuta's horror sank from where she was standing, right through the floor. What in the world? For a second, all of them fell silent. Before they reboot, Yuta's spider sense tingles again, making him move on by instincts. And a good thing that he did, because the next second there was standing the creepy-looking cursed spirit, and attacked exactly where Yuta was standing previously. Nice dodge. Does that matter right now? Focus on the cursed spirit, will ya? Megumi just stood his head before quickly returning his attention back to the cursed spirit. He can feel it. There was no doubt about it, that the cursed spirit in front of them was no mere normal grade 1 curse. Not like there's anything normal about grade 1 curses in the first place, but still. We need to find Nobara, Megumi said as his eyes were still on the cursed spirit, not leaving it at all. Agree. Megumi, you're the only one with a decent tracking skill set. Go after her. I and Yuji will take care of this guy here, said Yuta as he focused completely on the cursed spirit now, letting Yuji decide what he wanted to do. In fact, he would like Yuji to get OU of here. Only then he can use and practice his RCT technique on this curse. Not to mention, he was holding back most of his power. He would like to fight, going all out to see where he stood in terms of power level in this world. The reason for holding back was also simple. It was the elders. Those damn elders will surely go after him or involve him in some sort of scheme of theirs if they learn about his power. Gojo strictly stated not to use his RCT if not absolutely necessary. Strange when he himself hardly knows what the bloody technique actually does besides healing of course, to get a person warning from none other than the honored one himself. Yuta Long would have considered that the system played a fast one on him, if not for the fact he broke Gojo's infinity with a combination of RCT and OFA. He just doesn't know how. And that Gojo said only when he only showed what he was capable of with OFA at 10%. Yuta wasn't even trying back then. So it's imperative that he hide his real power until he at least gets a better understanding of his own curse technique, or it's absolutely necessary to use the curse technique. Megumi nodded after pondering a little and then dashed off from there before just saying this one thing. I will give you a signal. Both of you be ready. Megumi shouted. The cursed spirit didn't seem to target Megumi either. Maybe he was confident that he wouldn't be able to escape. He just stood there letting him run, and then turned to both Yuji and Yuta standing there, preventing the spirit from pursuing Megumi. Tell me you have learned some sort of curse energy manipulation in all this time. Yuta asked, but by the look of Yuji, he already knew the answer. Well, it can't be helped. I have to take care of this one alone. Yuta and Yuji stood side by side, facing the imposing figure of the finger-bearer, a special grade cursed spirit. Calling it to cursed spirit all the time will be annoying, so I search whether it has a name, and guess. Would he do have a name? Yuta has to say that the feeling he was getting from this cursed spirit was way different than those third-grade or second-grade cursed spirits. He was not sure why, but it sent chills down his spine. The creature loomed, its grotesque form and powerful aura making it clear that this was no ordinary curse. That might be the one difference between curses and villains who he has faced before. Not all villains have lethal attacks or quirks, but pretty much all curses are lethal. The entire power system revolves around negative energy. What else he can expect? Yuji, only focus on giving me support. You're not ready for this level of fight right now. Try to infuse your curse energy with that curse weapon of yours, and don't attack recklessly. Yuta said, his voice steady. Maybe this was his experience of dealing with villains kicking in that he was so calm. Though another reason was surely that he also believed in his own power. The curse is strong? Yes, but he is stronger. At least he believes so. He doesn't believe this random curse here, the special grade may it be, could be stronger than All Might or AFO. Yuji nodded, his eyes focused on the curse. Right, let's do this. Yuji just wanted to help others. There was nothing more in his mind. He was fearless, true, but with no plan or control over his curse technique. He was pretty much useless here. Well, as long as doesn't let Sukuna out, that's it. No, maybe that might be even worse. The finger-bearer roared, the sound reverberating through the empty space. Without warning, it lunged forward, its muscular hand swinging down to crush them. Yuji and Yuta sprang into action, dodging the attack with synchronized agility. Yuta decided not to directly resort to the use of OFA. If he understood one thing after coming here then, is that Jujutsu fights are more than just brawl fights. There is much strategy at play here. He needs to understand what kind of curse he is fighting right now. So his best option was to observe. So instead of OFA, he went for Sharingan. Though very quickly he understood that it was a bad idea after seeing the sheer gap in both power and speed. So he had to quickly back off. Yuji was the first to strike, charging at the curse with incredible speed. He had a curse knife in his hand, which glowed with cursed energy as he landed a powerful attack on the finger-bearer's torso, only to find that the tool did nothing. What is his skin? It's like iron. Yuji's eyes widened in disbelief as he fell into a contemplative state for a few seconds there. That wasn't good as the curse was ready to attack him back. But Yuta was ready by this time. He immediately used OFA up to 10% and came right next to Yuta to save him, making the attack, which was previously intended for Yuji, crash with Yuta's smash. The impact sent shockwaves through the air, but the curse barely flinched. It retaliated with a swipe of its clawed hand, forcing both Yuji and Yuta to leap back to avoid being skewered. Looking at his slightly bleeding fist, Yuta instantly drew a little bit of RCT to heal, and then up his OFA from 10 to 15%. That was when the blue aura around him thinking, finally making the famous blue glow of dynamic visible. Yuta took advantage of the opening created by Spirit's missed attack. He channeled immense strength into his legs. With a burst of blue lightning crackling around him, he dashed towards the curse, aiming a high-powered kick at its side. The force of the kick sent the finger-bearer stumbling, but it quickly regained its balance. The curse turns to Yuta now. Even he seems surprised that Yuta was this strong. And by the looks of it, maybe from now on it will target Yuta more. Yuji on the side, who had never seen this glow on Yuta, nor had seen him this strong, was both surprised and impressed. "Don't be distracted," Yuta shouted as he landed beside Yuji. Finally, Yuta was getting a read on how strong was Fingerbearer. He was very new to the Jujutsu world to determine how powerful a curse is by just his curse energy. But after landing that one fist, he could say that he was around the level of that Nomu he fought back then. That more is the case when he saw the damage he did with that kick heal up in an instant on that spirit. He heals. This is going to be troublesome. The Finger-bearer roared again, swinging its massive arms in a wild frenzy. Yuji and Yuta ducked and dodged. Their movements were fluid and precise. While mainly Yuta was distracting the curse, Yuji managed to land another hit, though this too was pointless. The skin of this curse was so tough that the curse tool in his hand was useless. Yuji couldn't do anything but grit his teeth, seeing he was pretty much useless in this fight. Compared to him, Yuta was fairway better. Yuta, on the other hand, was trying to find a way around this cursed spirit's healing factor. Actually, he already had one. Using RCT in its raw form alone will do the trick, like how he uses it against those lesser curses. But Gojo said not to, saying that he can use the reverse curse technique was one thing. After all, there are many who can use RCT, but being able to use that to fight directly is a completely different thing. So all Yuta could do was to use more of OFA and speed up, landing another powerful blow at the curse. The blow caused the creature to stagger, but it recovered almost instantly, its eyes burning with rage. Yuta, using the brief respite, channeled more of one for all in his fists, going almost up to 25%. He knew they needed to push the curse to its limits if he wanted him to stop healing. With a powerful leap, dash at the spirit, aiming a devastating punch at the finger-bearer's head. But that was when something happened. Curse energy came out of the spirit's body as golden energy appeared on his hands. Yuta's senses immediately alarmed him. "Yuji, back up!" Yuta shouted, but it was already too late. This was an almost point-blank attack, which Yuta wasn't ready for. Boom! Both Yuji and Yuta were thrown at the wall and destroyed it, going past the wall to the other side, making them feel dizzy, and pain ran out in their entire body. Yuta was the first one to get back up on his feet, and before he could even ask how Yuji was faring, he saw the spirit preparing the same kind of energy attack as the previous one. "Shit, we can't let him do that again," Yuji shouted, charging forward again. "And oh, you idiot, don't charge at him," Yuta shouted, but even he couldn't do anything as the attack was almost near them. Gritting his teeth, Yuta couldn't do anything but back off, getting as far as the energy attack as possible, while Yuji, instead of dodging the attack, chose to confront it. "Idiot!" Boom! Yuta saw Yuji getting plastered on the wall, completely bloodied and injured at this point. "Yuji, you alright?" Yuta asked, but no reply. "He's knocked out." "Damn, now I have to even protect his unconscious body. Man, just hope that Sukuna doesn't take over." Yuta pursed his lips at this, but at the same time, this was also for the good, because now he can finally use more of his powers. Yuji lay unconscious on the ground, the finger-bearer's energy attack having knocked him out cold. Yuta stood alone, facing the monstrous cursed spirit. Although he was annoyed and cursed at the situation, but at the same time was a little relief, as he knew this was his chance to use the full extent of his powers without holding back. Well, as much as he needed to take care of the cursed spirit, that is. "All right, it's just you and me now," Yuta muttered, his eyes narrowing as suddenly his body burst into blue lightning crackling around him. He wasn't planning on holding back right now. Though he can easily use up to 40% of OFA now, he decided to start with 30% for the time being. With a deep breath, Yuta activated one for all at 30%, feeling the immense power surge through his body. Blue lightning crackled around him as he charged at the finger-bearer with blinding speed. "So are you?" Before even the curse could realize what had happened, he was sent flying back towards the same wall in which he blasted Yuta and Yuji previously. Rip wall. The finger bearer roared in fury, lashing out with its massive claws. Yuta dodged swiftly. Right now his speed was almost par with the finger bearer, and seeing this he increased the power even further just in case. The enhanced speed and agility from One for All allowed him to move like a blur. But maybe the one thing which was making the finger bearer angry was the fact that he couldn't seem to hit Yuta. Almost all the time the boy will dodge, even before he lands the attack. Not to mention, he can't sense any curse technique from the boy. So how did he become so strong? Yuta currently wasn't using RCT, so pretty much there was no presence of him when it comes to curse energy. Yuta dodges the upcoming attack, predicting its direction even before it came thanks to Spider Sense and Sharingan, and then aimed a powerful kick aiming for the curse's head. The impact was tremendous, but the cursed spirit was far from defeated. Yuta smirked as he saw his newly created combination with both Sharingan and Spider Sense was working perfectly. His hero time worked on how long of a duration he used Sharingan in his normal state. The exact amount of hero time will cost him as to how long he has kept either Sharingan or OFA active, meaning the ratio of HT consumption is 1-to-1. So it doesn't matter whether he is using 10% of OFA or 60%. The consumption of HT will depend on how long he uses it. Sharingan is the same. This led him to develop a way to combine both Sharingan, which was an active skill and needed HT, and Spider Sense, which of course was a passive skill, didn't need HT, together. Now, he only opened Sharingan for a few seconds after getting alert by Spider Sense to save HT. At first, this was hard to do, but now he's gotten used to it. He can fight for hours like this, and maybe barely use 5 to 10 minutes of heights at best. Just awesome. He has to thank Maki for this one. He developed this particular method when fighting with her. It mostly happened because he didn't want to fight the girl with OFA. That almost felt like cheating, especially against her, but without it, he was getting trashed around. And using Sharingan for long with her would consume all his HT. But that smirk which appeared on Yuta's face quickly faltered as he saw the cursed spirit almost instantly getting healed after his attack. Yuta couldn't help but frown. Summoning more of his power, Yuta unleashed a flurry of punches, each one infused with the strength of One for All. Alpha 25, Gatlings. The finger bearer retaliated, its attacks wild and ferocious. Yuta managed to evade most of the strikes, again thanks to Sharingan and Spider Sense. But the next second, all the damage his punches did start to repair, making Yuta also curse internally. This guy is just as infuriating as that Nomo. Fuck it, I'm going RCT on his ass. Yuta decided to use a little bit of RCT, but still not go all out and not combine the power of OFA with RCT like how Gojo warned him. In fact, Gojo only warns not to use RCT with OFA. Or in his words, that Harmon riff-off that you pull off to punch into that wall. When it comes to pure RCT, well, that he didn't say much about except keeping the fact hidden that his body makes RCT on its own. That's why he never explained how he, by default, generated reverse curse technique or positive energy instead of normal curse energy to any one of his classmates at Jujutsu Tech. The problem is that he has to stop using OFA if he has to use RCT in its normal form. So he left the Sharingan active just in case and turned off OFA for the time being, focusing more on RCT. And immediately his hands lit up with white light, making the curse instinctively step back. A soothing energy flowed through him, mending the little wounds on him almost instantly. With renewed vigor, he charged at the cursed spirit again, delivering a powerful uppercut that sent it reeling. But this time his punches weren't that strong because of the lack of OFA. But it didn't disappoint him. The moment that punches connected, a scream came out of the cursed spirit, making him really in pain. The finger bearer, infuriated by Yuta's attack, unleashed another wave of cursed energy. Yuta braced himself and shifted back to using One for All to shield against the attack with the help of Iron Body. He felt the force of the energy pushing him back, but he held his ground, refusing to be defeated. Damn, it burns. Yuta cursed as he felt his skin burning in this attack. This guy is more troublesome than those Nomu. The moment the attack ended, Yuta reverted back to RCT to heal himself immediately. Phew, it's time to end this, Yuta said through gritted teeth. As now he was getting angry at this bastard. Sighing, he just thought about using RCT with OFA this once. He still has to train in it, and this is his best chance. Where else will he get a target like this guy here? Not to mention, it is not like there is anyone spying on him right now. So Yuta activated OFA and RCT together. Rushing at the cursed spirit, he delivered a punch, but found that instead of gaining more power, he instead lost power. His punch was caught by Fingerbearer with ease, making him pause in disbelief. What the hell? What happened? Yuta pondered, but didn't have enough time to do so before he was punched by the cursed spirit, making him use paper body on the spot to dodge the attack. He using Soru vanished from there, making distance from the cursed spirit. Half confused at what happened and half baffled. What the fuck happened to my power back then? Sukuna was bickering with Yuji, who just happens to come inside his inner domain. After getting unconscious, he just ended up coming here. Yuji, of course, immediately wanted to go back, but to his irritation, the human body doesn't work like that. So he was stuck with the King of Curses until he himself woke up. Oh, seems like that little friend of yours is left alone there with that cursed spirit. I am now perplexed about what would be fun to watch more. Him getting bisected by that spirit outside, where you're a little heartbreaking when that happens. Sukuna, of course, didn't give two shit what was happening. This for him was nothing but fun, at least until he gets a way to control this brat's body. Honestly, wasn't interested much in Yuta, so he planned on playing with Yuji a little, or maybe making a totally fair deal with him, just in case. What in fact he was really interested in, no homo, was Megumi, but that boy long left the place. He was safe to Sukuna himself, didn't plan to stop the cursed spirit or anything. So he mostly bullies little Yuji for fun until it hits him. It was sudden and almost overwhelming. A soul-shattering feeling and pain which Sukuna had long forgotten it felt like. His eyes widened. What the? He felt that something just damaged his very soul. Yuta didn't know what he did wrong, but for a second he almost lost both his OFA and RCT powers. If he didn't react fast enough, then that curse would have cut him in half. Yuta now was looking extremely serious. Alright, I did lose power back then, but I can use both OFA and RCT again. So no worries. I don't have time to ponder what happened back then, and I'd rather not do that kind of risky experience here. Think what you did back when you fought with Gojo. Just try to replicate it. Nothing more, nothing less. Yuta's mind started to work fast. He had zero idea what happened there, but he couldn't afford to have something like that to repeat in the middle of a freaking fight. That is almost a death sentence. I knew I had to figure out what my technique does, otherwise using it in a fight would be dangerous. Fuck Gojo. The first thing I do after getting out of here besides getting life insurance is to train the heck out of RCT. The curse, though, all this time wasn't ideal. He just like usual roared and attacked Yuta. Yuta at this just pursed his lips. Should he just use more OFA and punch the hell out of this guy? But he is not sure whether the healing will again kick in. That is the biggest problem here. Who would have thought that killing a special grade would be this hard? Yuta just kept on dodging left and right with both Sharingan and OFA. Saving HT was long forgotten to give him the ace he needed right now to figure out what to do. Overpowering the guy was sure a way, but the destruction caused by that level of fight will surely bring trouble to him. That is exactly what he was trying to avoid. And he has zero idea what was wrong with RCT. No, RCT was working just fine. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to heal himself after Yuji foolishly got himself blasted to a wall and got knocked out. He thought of healing the boy as well, but then again inside him is Sukuna. He'd rather not do that. It's not like the boy will die with a little wound remaining unchecked for a few seconds, right? I remember I use only 10% of OFA and then mix RCT on top of it against Gojo. Yuta thought, well, what the hell? Just replicate that and see what happens. Taking a deep breath, Yuta reduced his OFA level to 10% and then only focused on RCT to mix with the OFA. While dodging, concentrating on this was hard, but he found that doing so with Sharingan was possible. And finally he felt it. Golden stances of energy radiated from his fist, making a crackling sound as those beautiful-looking golden electricity gathered in his fist. YUP, this is it. Yuta this time felt the power in his hand was different than just normal RCT or OFA. Only after confirmation that he moved. Here, take this, RCT overdrive. Boom. The finger-bearer roared in agony as Yuta's attack shattered its defenses, even with his iron-like body shattered with just 10% OFA when RCT was attached to it. The cursed energy dissipated, and a monstrous form began to disintegrate. With a final, furious cry, the finger-bearer vanished into nothingness, leaving behind only silence. Panting heavily, Yuta stood victorious but was confused on how the hell he even won with just that attack. He was expecting damage, but one-hit kill. What the hell happened? One thing is for sure that only mixing RCT with only 10% OFA exhausted him a little. This happened back when he fought with Gojo as well. It was strangely exhausting to add both RCT and OFA. The immense power of one for all slowly ebbed away, and the golden lightning, after turning to its normal blue, ended up fading. One thing for sure is that I need to figure out what exactly my curse technique does. After this use, he can say that it didn't intensify his healing, as he was wondering. Like RCT getting powered by OFA to make him invisible. That didn't happen. I ain't playing Deadpool anytime soon for sure. Yuta was pondering when he suddenly saw an object on the ground, right where that special curse spirit disappeared. A finger. This is... Yuta had never seen how a Sukuna's finger looked like, but it was very apparent the moment he saw one lying in front of him. It was creepy looking and for some reason looked completely burned, like even barely looking like a finger at this point. But the powerful curse energy emitting out of it was a dead giveaway that this was indeed his finger. Yuta picked it up and put it in his pocket for the time being, not wanting to let some random curse passing by pick it and turn it into a special grade. Now it's clear why suddenly a special grade even appears here. But is getting hands on a Sukuna's finger, is that easy? I doubt that. So how the hell did that cursed spirit get his hands on one? Yuta pondered, but his pondering state didn't last for long as he heard sound. Interesting. What happened to the cursed spirit? Suddenly someone said, making Yuta's hair stand on end, making him completely alert. He knew this voice, though he hadn't heard it much, but the few times he did, he remembered the distinct, heavy feeling it brought him. Sukuna, Yuta muttered under his breath, cursing almost at the timing of this happening. Yes, brat. Tell me what happens to that cursed spirit. Did you kill it? Sukuna asked. Apparently he heard even that whispering Yuta did to himself, making him completely shut his mouth just in case. According to him, the current Sukuna should be by all means stronger than the special grade he just fought. He can heal, and more than anything, Yuta has to hold back to not seriously injuring Yuji. Shit, this is the worst timing. Especially when I have someone on his finger. If this guy gets another one of his fingers in his hands, then it's an even bigger problem. I'd rather him not power up any further. Thinking this, Yuta calmed himself down, not directly answering, but keeping his cool. Where is Yuji? How did you take control? Yuta asked. The brat is out. Now answer me. What happened here? Sukuna didn't look like he was in the mood for doing ideal chat, making Yuta just curse even more. Well, isn't it simple? I killed the spirit, Yuta replied, not further indulging in the fact of how he did so, making Sukuna narrow his eyes as he looks at Yuta. The boy didn't seem like lying, but how I can't sense any kind of curse energy emitting from the boy. Sukuna pondered. He had to come out to see what happened to make his soul cry out in pain like that. Not getting any answers after looking at his domain or state of curse energy, the only thing he could say was that it had something to do with one of his fingers. Seeing Yuji wasn't able to focus as his body was battered even more, Sukuna came out. Though to use this body, he had to heal the body, making Yuji able to take control if he realized it. It's just that Yuji was too shaken by that last attack to concentrate on suppressing Sukuna's personality from taking control. Interesting. Tell you what, give me my finger and I will consider letting you live, Sukuna said in a nonchalant tone, making Yuta go on defensive and at the same time making him a little mad. How about you go back to sleep like a good little leech and give Yuji control back, and I will consider not kicking her ass to Kingdom Come. Yuta replied in irritation. Fuck it, there's no point playing nice with this guy. The fight is inevitable in his kind of situation. If so, then why should I let this guy mock me? If nothing, then I will just take out the big guns. Yuta got ready, no longer planning on holding back to hide his power. Gojo said not to use power until it's absolutely necessary. Well, here, this is necessary. Hearing this, Sukuna actually paused for a few seconds and then smirked. Oh, been a while since someone talked to me like that. Fine, I will play along. I too am interested in how you are hiding that curse energy of yours. Sukuna replies, and then he almost disappears from his place, running directly at Yuta. Yuta long sensed this with spider sense, and had the Sharingan open just in case. So he was able to dodge the attack coming his way. But what he dreaded was those invisible slashes of Sukuna. What he was more worried about was Sukuna's domain. If this guy opens his domain, then he is screwed. He still hasn't learned any anti-domain techniques. Thankfully, that was the exact time when he heard wolf howling. Megumi's signal, Higanobara. Good. Yuta perked up at this. This means that he no longer has to stay here. OFA 30, Suru. Blue aura rose and lightning crackled around Yuta before he all but vanished from his place, trying his best to get out of this already collapsing domain as the finger bearer now was dead. Sukuna saw this and blinked in confusion. Even when the kid used this unhuman-like speed, which was impressive even for someone like him, let alone a normal human, he didn't sense any curse energy. Interesting, such speed and reaction time, and I still can't feel any curse energy in him. A heavenly restriction, maybe, but the brat claims to be able to use reverse curse energy. This doesn't add up. Something strange about this brat. Sukuna, who previously just wanted to kill Yuta just to make Yuji see in more pain and get his finger back so that he can have more control, now felt a hint of interest growing towards Yuta. Though he was no Megumi, right now, Sukuna wasn't that much interested in Megumi either, considering that he never actually fought with Gojo here, making him not long that much for Megumi's power for that much, though he still wanted it. Yuta, on the other hand, was more like a mystery. Being called the king of curses for thousands of years, Sukuna, of course, had a very in-depth knowledge of curse energy. So when he first saw Yuta, his curious side came out. Okay, brat, you want to play cat and mouse? I am down to it. But don't mind me killing a few of your friends along the way. Sukuna smiled and chased after Yuta. Great. Now you decided to show up, system. Yuta just rolled his eyes at this. What about when he fought against that other special grade sprit? Where was the system then? Without overdrive. I have to say that the system just picks up whatever I call something and uses that. Hero time previously wasn't a term in the system. It took it because I used that to define my ability. And now this. Seems like I have to be thoughtful when I name by moves and powers from now on. Another thing which he doesn't get is why it only says overdrive and not RCT. He previously got the quest to hide his RCT powers from Sukuna. Things have been very confusing for him, especially when it is hard to realize what the system is talking about here. Is the healing or his curse technique itself, which is annoying when it states RCT? Because he is sure by how he himself names things and how the system picks those names that both are not the same. Boom! Yuta was pondering this while running away from the king of curses, and he has to say that Sukuna is one persistent bastard. No matter how fast he runs, that guy just catches up. Yuta, with all his speed, got out of the building as soon as possible. It's really hard to fight with Sukuna in the building, as with just one expansion of his domain, he can cover pretty much all the place. At least outside, Yuta has a chance to get out of domain range before it is established. Thankfully, Sukuna was currently at only 10% of his power, making his domain too that much smaller. This is the only character pretty much in JJK who has a fully open domain. The range is just way too much. Most likely Megumi and I will fight against him. Assuming that Sukuna wouldn't want to hurt Megumi, he would most likely come after me. Well, I can certainly use that to my advantage. Yuta smiled a little before finally getting an opening to get out of the building. Ah, finally the open world. That brat kept me suppressed all this time. It's honestly annoying as hell, Sukuna said as he got out of the building while chasing Yuta, but then stopped to admire the newfound freedom. Yuta! Megumi came running after hearing the noise. At first he thought it was the same special grade, but then upon seeing Yuji covered with those tattoos, he understood the situation and didn't talk any further. New. From his shadow came out a bird with a human-like face. It stood behind him while protecting Megumi with his wings, which strangely had lightning coursing through them. What happened? That was the only thing Megumi asked after seeing Sukuna in Yuji's body. That special grade knocked out Yuji because he is an idiot, and then Sukuna took control. Yuta sighs with frustration and helplessness in his voice. Sukuna, who earlier was only interested in Yuta, shifted his focus to Megumi. Oh, you're the boy from earlier. Say you want to continue where we left off last time. Sukuna smiled derangedly and asked. Megumi at this just pursed his lips. His hands were already in a particular stand, which practically made Yuta roll his eyes. Dude, please, is that the only thing you can do? We have to stop Sukuna here, Yuta. We can't let him get away, Megumi said with much grim tone in his voice. I know, Yuta grumbled as he too got ready to fight. You're not planning to run anymore. Sukuna said this while shifting his focus on Yuta, with narrowed eyes, like he was contemplating something. Interesting, very interesting. Fine, I will make this even more fun. Sukuna smiled as he raised his hand and stabbed at his own chest, or to be more accurate, at Yui's chest, and took out his heart. So here's the deal. Either you stop resisting and die, or you try to stop me, but this brat dies once he took over his body. Sukuna grinned with a maniacal face. He then rushes right at Megumi to attack him. No, not so quick. Yuta acted before even Sukuna moved and interjected him on his part. Eyes blazing with red at this time. Clearly, Sharingan was on display. Thankfully, he always wore contacts nowadays to hide that fact. He predicted, thanks to Sharingan, what Sukuna was about to do. With OFA at 30 and Soru, he immediately arrives at where Sukuna. OFA 30 pistol. Yuta mutters as his body crackles with blue lightning around him. Punch ready to be delivered. As Sukuna saw the powerful punching coming, he too was in a daze for a brief second. He didn't sense any curse energy on Yuta. Because of this, he wasn't able to sense Yuta coming either. All he could do was to block the upcoming punch. Boom! Sukuna was thrown back toward the wall, though still, he was able to stop himself with good maneuvering his body. Megumi saw this with surprise. Still now, he never saw Yuta using this kind of physical power. Due to Yuta no limiting any curse energy, Megumi thought that this was pure physical power. He was pretty much in the same boat with Sukuna on this one. Neither could sense Yuta, nor could fully put him in the heavenly restriction category. That was unexpected. Seems like you really did beat that cursed spirit. But I still don't understand how. Sukuna got himself out of the busted wall like nothing happened, healing Yuji's body instantly despite the lack of heart he left. Guess I will first bisect you to see what's going on here. Sukuna smiled as he almost vanished from his place, making Yuta's senses tingle in danger. Thanks to Sharingan, he was able to not only see the extremely fast Sukuna approach nearing him, but also the invisible slash that he sent towards his direction. But for Yuta, this wasn't invisible anymore. He was able to see the curse energy forming an invisible blade and coming at him. He not only saw the direction and trajectory of the attack, but even its length. With OFA 30, his reaction was lightning fast as he twisted his body like he didn't have any bone in his body to evade the invisible attack. This was, of course, the paper body, making not only Sukuna, but even Megumi dumbfounded for a second. This is when Yuta suddenly realized that with Sharingan, he can even see invisible attacks from the likes of Sukuna. Well, he was able to see Toru, so there is no surprise at this. Oh, you saw that, didn't you? How so interesting. You clearly lack curse energy, and yet you are not only able to see curse spirit, but even my dismantle. Sukuna didn't look dejected at all. On the contrary, he looked more excited, like he had gotten a new toy to play with. Yuta didn't bother replying. Hey Megumi, how long you are planning on standing there, admiring a fight? If you don't want to help then, just get out of here. That would be more helpful. Yuta shouted with clear irritation on his face. Also check on his hero time as well. Hero time, 2 hours left. I only used 10 minutes so far. Good. Yuta didn't hesitate anymore when dealing with the likes of Sukuna. He just couldn't hold back anymore. That cursed spirit, that was okay. He knew that if nothing worked, then he could just go full-on Hulk on his ass and punch him until he is reduced to dust if nothing works. But Sukuna was different. He can literally die any second if he isn't careful enough. Thank God that Sharingan can see even those invisible slashes from him. That was one thing which Yuta was really happy about. With one for all at 30%, he dashed forward, aiming a powerful punch at Sukuna. The Curse King dodged, but now finally it felt like he was having a problem with handling Yuta's speed. No matter whether he is Sukuna or not, OFA 30% is still very powerful, not to mention fast, but surprisingly his speed matched Yuta's even in this case, making Yuta grin internally, though he was still doing the best he could do, like he has yet to use Soru or other go up to OFA 40%, as he didn't felt like it. I can't see any curse energy from you, and yet you are this strong. Brat, who exactly are you? Now you gotta explain how you're doing this. Sukuna looked more and more interested in how Yuta was countering him and how suddenly his physical power and speed both increased like this. Yuta, on the other hand, felt that with OFA 30, he is pretty much at break-even with Sukuna. And though he personally doesn't believe that getting the rest of his 19 fingers is going to make him 19 times stronger, it was still frightening how much stronger he could get if that were to happen. Gulping, Yuta punched hard at Sukuna. Yuji was dead one way or another at this point, so there was no reason to stop. If given enough time, then maybe Yuta can use his RCT to help him. But that remains to be seen. Sukuna saw the punch coming at him with incredibly fast speed, even though he was having trouble dodging those punches at this time. Megumi summoned his Shinigami, sending them to attack from different angles. More or less he was distracting Sukuna, though it was clear at this point that Yuta didn't actually need the help. The only problem was how to actually beat this guy. Only punching is not going to stop Sukuna now, would it? Maybe RCT, but that is against the mission. Sukuna countered with a flurry of strikes. His movements were fast, and though he was still looking like he was enjoying himself, his face didn't have the ease it had earlier. Yuta was pushing him back, and he just couldn't take it with just one finger's worth of power. He batted away Megumi's Shinigami with irritation as he sent and dismantled and blocked Yuta's next punch. Though it cost him his OFA 30 is no joke, that punch broke his hand, which again healed on its own very quickly. The sheer force of the block sent Sukuna skidding backwards. Megumi by now was both stunned and confused. He saw Yuta pushing back Sukuna with that punch. He could even feel the pressure of that one punch from that distance. How the hell is he that strong? Megumi was confused, rightfully, so, as he couldn't feel any curse energy coming from Yuta, making him confused. At first, Megumi just chucked it away that Yuta was too good at hiding his curse energy, but now it doesn't make sense at all. This further made him question Yuta's real identity. It's not like he himself doesn't understand the concept of heavenly restriction. He also knows what happens to twins in the world of Jujutsu. He has met Okatsu before. It no doubt that that boy holds the most amount of curse energy Yuta has ever seen in anyone to date. And now upon seeing Yuta here, looking exactly like Okatsu, having almost zero curse energy, yet just a powerful physic. Even someone like Megumi with not much knowledge or experience of the Jujutsu world can figure out the connection. He also thought along the same lines as Gojo, those elders, or Yaga did. Megumi, what the hell are you doing? Yuta shouted again, now really getting annoyed at the boy. Megumi was startled and then immediately shook his head. He needed to get his act together. Right now wasn't the time to think about that thing, so he acted. Going close wasn't a good idea for him when Sukuna was throwing those slashes all around. Somehow Yuta dodged them, but Megumi had no belief in himself to being able to do the same, so he acted just like a summoner and kept his distance while his Shinigami took the action, which again was most distracting Sukuna. The one thing which was going for Sukuna more than anything right now was his experience of fighting people. Even with Sharingan on, Yuta was no match to the King of Curses in this aspect. Yuta was not the only one who was able to dodge attacks. After breaking his hand, Sukuna also started to dodge the attacks from Yuta. This kind of put Yuta in contemplation. If he can heal, then why even bother dodging? He pondered and then remembered something All Might did back to Nomu in anime. Just because you can absorb shocks doesn't mean you are immune to them. I just have to punch faster that you can absorb the blows. Yuta's eyes lit up. He in all this fighting never thought about it. Maybe he didn't need RCT to beat that previous curse in the first place. It's just that he has to keep up attacking until this Sukuna just doesn't have any more curse energy to heal, or Yuji's body itself can no longer keep up. His eyes lit up. Now he knew that he was in for a long game here. This means he has to save his HT as much as possible and only use it to inflict damage on Sukuna. So he closed his Sharingan and only decided to use those eyes when absolutely he had to with the help of Spider Sense. Decided to put all of his remaining HT in OFA. Megumi, stay back. Yuta shouted as jump back. OFA 40. Immediately, the lightning crackling around his body rose, and the intensity increased. 40% was the level at which Yuta's hair and eyes started to change color from their usual black to blue. This change, of course, wasn't gone unnoticed by both Sukuna and Megumi. It's just that they can't say how strong Yuta currently is, because there was no curse energy to do that for them. They relied too much on curse energy. He dashed in, blocking Sukuna's path and launching a powerful kick. Sukuna deflected it, but Yuta followed up with a flurry of punches, forcing Sukuna to defend. Sukuna felt it. Now Yuta was even stronger. Even for him who has lived for thousands of years, this was strange. But right now he didn't have time to ponder over this, as Yuta finally started to damage him to the point that his healing was getting affected. You're persistent, Sukuna sneered, his eyes still gleaming with amusement. But it was certain that now he was getting not only pushback, but also getting beaten. What? Megumi was taken aback at Yuta's sudden increase in power again. Yuta unleashed a devastating punch, his fist glowing with the power of one for all. It connected with Sukuna's chest, sending him crashing into the ground. The impact created a massive crater, with dust and debris flying everywhere. But Sukuna wasn't done. He rose from the rubble, a sinister grin on his face. Impressive, very impressive. Sukuna too pondered. Right now, with just one finger's worth of power, he really was not enough to beat this brat. Well, not until he uses his domain to kill him. The problem is that might ruin his plan as they later on kill his vessel. So though he wanted to, he refrained from opening his domain here. He launched a counterattack, his movements a blur. Yuta and Megumi struggled to keep up, the relentless assault pushing them to their limits. Soru, finger piston. With a surge of energy, Yuta unleashed powerful punches and six-style attacks, catching Sukuna off guard. The impact sent Sukuna reeling, and all this time Yuta could feel that Sukuna's healing was being affected. It was true that after one point, even Sukuna would get affected, especially when he only had one finger worth of curse energy. You're a strong brat. I look forward to killing you and then bisect to see how you are doing that, Sukuna grim, his voice filled with dark amusement, making Yuta shudder internally, but he didn't let that show. And then, like things never happened, the tattoos from Yuji's body disappeared, and Yuta stood there in confusion before ultimately not having a heart made him fall. Yuta and Megumi stood their ground, panting heavily. They desperately needed more time to comprehend what just happened. Shit, why Yuji? Megumi wanted to ask many questions to Yuta, but right now wasn't the right time. He has no idea why Sukuna returned Yuji's consciousness back, but it wasn't good. By the time both he and Yuta reached Yuji, Yuji was already dead. At least neither was able to sense any heartbeat. Yuta even tried to use RCT, but there was no point. Yuji was dead. Yuta couldn't help but grin at this moment. In front of him, his friend died, and he couldn't do anything. He knew by the end of this that this would be the outcome, and if going by the anime route, then it's even possible for him to revive as Sukuna still has plans and won't let Yuji die. However, regardless of all those things, Yuta just asked himself this one question again and again. If that wasn't the case, could he really would have been able to save Yuji? This was what was bothering him right now. Even if he went all out from the start, he wasn't sure about that one fact, and it was annoying him to hell. because he knew that technically it was possible. RCT could do that, especially the combination of both RCT and OFA. But to his irritation, he doesn't know what his curse techniques does exactly, let alone being able to use it properly. Just a moment ago, he lost all his power for a few seconds in front of special grade curse. That was a death sentence, so it was clear to him that not knowing his powers and using them like some sort of stupid anime protagonist was idiotic. I need to learn this power. My best guess is this also is like OFA, meaning I have to train in it to get better at it. Yuta pondered as he stood and watched Yuji's body being taken away. After that, Megumi also left without saying anything. Well, I can't blame him. Guess I should get going. The only thing which can help me right now is the grind. Major quest. Heroes don't run away from fights. Complete. Main quest. Beat Sukuna without using overdrive. Rewards. Upgrade card. Again, this is now what I'm supposed to upgrade. Last time, I didn't even see what kind of things I could upgrade with this card. Not this time. Let's open the card and see first. Yuta blinked and clicked the option. Upgrade abilities. 1. Sharingan. 2. King's Engine. 3. Drunken Fist. 4. Spider Sense. Blink. This is something. It's clear that the upgrade card doesn't affect any abilities I copied from someone, mainly the main power system like Quirk or Curse Technique. It also didn't show hero music, Navy 6 style, and prime time. My best guess is that there is nothing to upgrade there. I mean, what else could be done to upgrade those things? Sharingan, King's Engine, Drunken Fist, and Spider Sense. There is no way I'm touching either Drunken Fist or Spider Sense. The last time this happened, my King's Engine turned from a good passive skill to an HT-consuming active skill. Though it's useful, honestly, it costs too much. So there's no way in hell I'm touching my passive skills now. Especially when this system like giving missions where I can't use HT. In those cases, I can only fall back to my passive skills. Not to mention in times when I run out of HT. So no way in hell I am upgrading passive skills if that means they will turn into active skills. But that only leaves me with both Sharingan and King's Engine. What should I upgrade? Upgrading King's Engine will no doubt give me a better boost in my power, or it will consume less HT. Or more power at the expense of more consumption of HT. No thanks, I'd rather not have that. Sharingan, on the other hand, well, there's only one upgrade from this. Mangekyo. Man, that could really turn the tables for me if I get something good. And unlike a real Uchiha, I will have the option to heal myself with RCT, or I might be able to offset eye degradation to some extent. I hope so. Pondering over what he should do, Yuta decided to use his upgrade card on his Sharingan. If nothing else, he is sure that the cost of using normal sharing will remain the same. This alone is worth putting the upgrade card into Sharingan. What if he put the upgrade card in King's Engine again, and it turns out that now to use it, he needs 3x more HT? That bonkers. The moment Yuta decided to use his card to upgrade his Sharingan, he felt a burning sensation in his eyes, making him grit his teeth as this was a bit uncomfortable. He makes sure that he remains calm and more than anything doesn't make any noise. Right now he lives with other students of Jujutsu High, and it will most likely attract them. It didn't take long. Yuta soon felt a cooling sensation in his eyes. He rushes to a mirror after that happens to see his new eyes for himself. He was pondering what kind of abilities will he get. Will it be something unique to him, or it will be a copy of an ability he saw in Naruto? Coming in front of the mirror, Yuta looked into his eyes. They were the same as those normal black eyes, and nothing more. Well, of course, he wasn't using Sharingan for the time being. So he slowly activated his Sharingan, only to notice that the HT consumption was similar to before. Seeing this, he just sighed in relief. Then he concentrated, focusing more on to his eyes, trying to turn them into Mangekyo. And soon he saw the Tomo in his eyes, turning until they took a particular pattern. It's like Madara's Mangekyo pattern. Fuck, don't tell me. Yuta POV. If there was one Mangekyo, which was the most useless out of all Mangekyo, then it has to be Madara's. He never shows any Mangekyo powers in the anime. And no, him bringing that giant meteor was his Rinnegan, not his Sharingan. I was hoping to get powers similar to Obito, well, honestly, with my luck, Not really, but come on, even something similar to Itachi or Sasuke would be nice. But Madara had no powers in their eyes, besides him and his Susanoo being badass. But that was when it hit me. Maybe I'm just thinking too much. Maybe the Mangekyo only look like Madara, and it's not exactly like him. With Yuji's death, short term at least I hope, I wasn't thinking straight, so I just decided to just delay testing out my eyes. I was planning on entering into a training period soon. Gotta learn about RCT and these all-new powers. Not gonna repeat what happened today again. There is no news of Yuji being alive for the time being. But this just could be Satoru and Yuji pulling a fast one on all of them. I just forgot that the story had a competition, a Kyoto Sister School exchange event to be exact. My plan on entering into a training mad run was to hold on full stop by the sudden arrival of this competition. Almost everyone was working hard for it. Apparently, it's a Chunin exam/sport festival ripoff from Naruto and MHA. Students here are going to fight each other to see which side of the Jujutsu tech is better. Sigh. So I ended up training with others, but that wasn't exactly the kind of training I was looking forward to. So the only option in my hand to train was to get out of Jujutsu tech and secure an empty place for myself. Finally, a little peace, I muttered as I saw no one around. Currently, I am far away from Jujutsu tech, came here to train in both my Sharingan and RCT away from other sites. Honestly, this entire hiding your powers thing was getting boring. Why should I do that? I just wanted to shout, I am here, and manifest a freaking Susanoo in front of everyone. But that will just print a bigger target at my back. Then there's also the currently ongoing quest about hiding RCT from Sukuna. Though it's mostly fine to use that as Yuji is not here, but still, why both Gojo and System are insisting that I hide my power is beyond me. I just shook my head and focused back on testing out my powers. There are few interesting things I found after I started to play around with my new Sharingan powers and had enough time to think about it. First and foremost, I'm sure that I have Madara's Mangekyo. The shape is exactly like that. It took me some time, but I found it. How may someone ask, well, this world has Naruto manga and even anime. Interesting, right? While the MHA world is completely different from Earth in this regard, but JJK world has some popular mangas and anime, like Dragon Ball Z, Naruto, One Piece, and so on. I was so freaked out about it at first that I outright went on a shopping spree, getting any or all anime and manga I could get my hands on. Who knows what other world this system will send me? It's better that I have them now when I can. To my utter dismay, this world has nothing on MHA. That would have been really useful to me. I could at least tell what kind of problems I can anticipate when I go back. I will, though, once I complete a certain objective in this world, before hopping to this world, I inquire to the system about this. Apparently, these traveling things work upon completing a certain objective. Though I don't know what this certain objective is, to my best guess, it will most likely be done by the first season. Or at least I believe so. One good thing is that I will travel back to the same time I left MHA world, so that ain't an issue. Otherwise, I would never have come here leaving behind Toru and others like that. Anyway, back to the topic. Now I am sure that this is Madara's eyes. But the thing which I was wrong about was that this ain't Mangekyo Sharingan. It's Eternal Mangekyo. It completely slipped my mind that Madara in the 4th Shinobi War always had EMS. So now my previous worry about getting blind was solved. Fine, let's start with things I already know. Like Susanoo, I said after making sure that there was no one around me in a very vast area. When upon not finding the right place, I just ended up choosing a forest away from the city. So here I was, in the middle of a forest, at night, as the moon hunk and cascading shadows of trees were making my King's engine force to activate because it was creeping the F out of me. I slowly closed my eyes, focusing on my eyes. I put all my concentration into them and then slowly opened them, only to my perception heightening to unimaginary levels. It was like I was seeing in slow motion and with 8K details. Sharingan was cool, but this is insane. I smirked, but the smirk disappeared after thinking how much HT these eyes will cost. It is just like normal Sharingan until I am doing nothing but just watching the world around me with them. But the real problem is the abilities attached to EMS. All the Jinjutsu are more powerful, but none cost less than 5 minutes of hero time anymore and lasts. My eyes shone, and around me started to appear what I can only say was a human ribcage. Just this one was way bigger, like it was taken right out of King Kong's body. And they were real bones, but constructed by chakra, or curse energy, or HT. Or at least that is what I wanted to happen, but after wasting a few more minutes, I realized that nothing was happening. The hell? Come on, go Susan. Yuta shouted with frustration, but nothing happened. He tried to put more power into his eyes, but again, nothing happened. It's frustrating. Yuta was about to pour more power into his eyes, but at that time, a notification from the system appeared. Reminder to host. Susanoo is not available with EMS due to its composition made out of chakra. Anything which entirely made out of energy originated from other world is not available. Don't apply to the world where power originated. E.g., time manipulation, Chidori, Tsukiyomi are all powers can manifest in any world, but powers like Rasengan or Susanoo can't, as their composition is entirely made out of energy, which does not exist in all worlds. As to make it up to the host, system has given a compatible EMS power on host left eyes. Other ability of EMS, which doesn't directly require manifestation of chakra, will be available. Are you fucking kidding me? What the point of EMS with Susanoo? Yuta immediately shouted. This time it took some time for him to settle down, but he finally did. Whatever, just tell me what this eyes can do. Now what is more important is that I have to see what these eyes are capable of individually. What more powers do they have? The next he wanted to test was the individual abilities of his EMS. Now, this was one thing which was making him frown at first. After all, Uchiha Madara didn't have any particular abilities in his EMS. One besides the fact that he could control a Biju. Where the hell is he going to get himself a Biju in this world now? But only later, after much research, he realized that in fact, Madara might have powers in his eyes. It took much digging, but he was able to find it. There was a Naruto game, and in that game Madara, while fighting with Senju Hashirama, showcased one of his Mangekyo powers. And after getting these eyes, Yuta learns about this. It's a time-based power. Technically, as long as he is not dead, he can reverse time. This particular technique only reverses his own time and no one else. It's arguably a more economical version of Izanagi. And though Yuta wasn't sure how much he could bet that the HT use of this ability would break the bank. Next, and this was even harder to find, this particular ability was actually a passive ability which was never mentioned in the anime, games, or manga. But there were many concepts that this could be the other power of Madara's EMS. As said, the power itself was very passive in nature. As long as EMS is open, it passively makes the body stronger. But let's not go into detail, as after a little inquiry from the system, he quickly learned that that fractional ability was not exactly what he got. What he really got was an alternate version of Kagetsuchi. While Sasuke's Kagetsuchi was used to control his Amaterasu, Yuta's EMS here helps him control his own power well. Not that it might not look like much, but this one little passive power gives him a good boost. With just an increase in efficiency in how he used his power, he was able to control more of OFA. Though Yuta didn't like the name, so for the time being, he's gonna call it EMS buff. At least that is more like something he can remember. To test it out, Yuta just simply uses OFA, just testing out how much output his body can handle. While not using EMS buff for the time being, that is what he is calling it, he was able to handle up to 60% OFA without breaking his body when not using King's engine. But that was a very unrealistic test, as he was only intact because he was standing still while pain was racking inside his body. He had no doubt that his bones going to break the moment he tried to move, let alone fight. Arguably, it's only up to 50% of output that his body can handle normally, and even then he most likely will take damages. At best, he will say that with minimum damage, he can use 45% in a real fight. So for the time being, let's put that number as 40%, something he has done previously. But with EMS buff, his body easily handles up to 50% of OFA without any add-ons. If ready to handle some damage and minor healing with RCT from time to time, he can easily go up to 60%. And then add King's engine on top of that. A wide grin appears on Yuta's face. But this was hypothetical. He needs to test it out in real-life combat to actually know it. Sigh. Yuta was about to move on to using both of these abilities and test them out. He especially waited for all this time just because he didn't want to waste a lot of HT in the morning. Who knows when he might need it. The night is fine. In just an hour his HT will renew, so it's not a problem. Just when he was about to use his ability, Yuta suddenly felt something. His sense tingles. Curse energy. Yuta sensed this, and he could tell that this was a powerful curse energy, and it was heading right in his direction. What the heck? Who the hell is this powerful monster showing up right in the middle of nowhere? Yuta curse, taking advantage of his ability to hide himself thanks to him not having curse energy all the time on him. Getting behind a tree, Yuta waited until suddenly a literal explosion happened up on the mountain. And then boom, another explosion happened. What the hell is going on? Yuta muttered with irritation as he was finally getting some time to train, and now this was happening. He, in fact, for this reason, came out all this way, away from both Jujutsu Tech and the city. Why God? Yuta shouted with a huff, and then with OFA acting up, he jumped high, and then with the help of Skywalk, he moved towards where the explosion took place. The terrible curse energy, which Yuta felt made his escape numb. The hell, what kind of monster is fighting there? Yuta honestly just wanted to get out of here, but he just can't let that happen. If this is an enemy which he will be fighting in the future, then he rather see for himself what he is up against. He, with the help of Skywalk, shorted the distance quickly from the air, only to find a very familiar side in front of him. It was none other than Gojo who was fighting someone. A cursed spirit which Yuta tried to recognize, but his memories of JJK World weren't clear enough to remember every freaking character. With his Sharingan, he enhanced his vision, and even from a distance he was able to get a good look at the cursed spirit with fire powers and a head which looked like a miniature volcano, which kids make as their science project. And lastly, this curse had only one giant eye in the middle of the face. Remember, Gojo's eyes are nothing less than his own Sharingan. He decreases his altitude just in case he gets spotted and hides himself to see to entire match. After some time, it was evident that it wasn't even a match. Gojo was playing around with that character who Yuta finally remembered. This was Jogo. He remembered the name only because of how similar the name was to Gojo. The battle was really cool to see in real life, and due to Sharingan, he was able to get a really good view too. The only thing I want to say is that Gojo is a freaking monster. Yuta grumbles under his breath. That cheat-like ability of his, why the system doesn't give something like that to him. If only he copied Gojo and not that nurse. As the fight progresses, Gojo suddenly disappears at one point and appears back within seconds with carrying Yuji as a sack of potatoes. Well, that at least explains that Sukuna did his part and saved that idiot. You are weak. Gojo, who was taunting Jogo all this time, suddenly said, finally breaking the straw and letting him use his domain. Ah, there we go. I too want something like a domain. That would be pretty cool. If nothing then, at least I have to learn an anti-domain technique for sure. Yuta thought and remember how helpless he was against Sukuna just because he could have opened his domain at any time. And then Gojo ended up using his own domain, completely owing Jogo there. No need for me to interfere. But what kind of damn luck do I even have that I ended up choosing this place to train? So close to this cannon even took place. Just my damn luck. Yuta can't help but grumble at this. Now that Gojo's attention wasn't much on Jogo, he could find him, so he better get going. It was a good thing that he was almost invisible to other sorcerers thanks to not constantly having curse energy. But just when he was about to move out, his spider sense tingled, making him pause. What now? He pondered, and that was when suddenly something happened where Gojo and Yuji were. Gojo was interrogating Jogo, who he pretty much beheaded at this point, but he was still alive somehow. He should have killed the cursed spirit here, but unfortunately for him, something happened. Suddenly, many beautiful flowers appeared out of nowhere, distracting them. And the next second, Jogo's head was nowhere to be found. Shit! Yuta almost shouted. With Sharingan, he saw a white cure spirit taking the head with him. He pondered what he should do, and when a notification from the system arrived. Major quest. Change the fate. Main quest. Chase and kill both Hanami and Jogo. Rewards? Of course. Why didn't I already know that the system would demand something like this from me? Yuta complains. Killing Jogo won't be hard. He can't even move, let alone cause any trouble. But it's a joint mission. The real problem was that other spirit, Hanami. At least that's what the system is calling him. Whatever, I wanted a test subject to use my newfound powers. Now I have it. Yuta sighs and then grins. Though he didn't like doing system slavery, what else he can do? That is the only way to get strong for him. But eventually, there are tasks which he genuinely likes. Like this one here, kicking a villain's ass. Consider it done. Not wasting any more time, he activated OFA at 40 to quickly catch up to Hanami with Soru and Skywalk. He almost vanished from his place. Gojo, who was talking with Yuji to explain what a domain was and about that cursed spirit with a volcano hairstyle, suddenly turned his head to look at a faraway distance. Narrowing his eyes, he felt something. Like a similar presence, he knew. It wasn't curse energy for sure. But if not that, then what? He ponders, but upon seeing Yuji again pestering him to teach a technique like domain expansion, he just sighs. Okay, back to the movie watching Yuji. Let's pick some horror ones for you this time. And some sweets as well while we are at it. Gojo said. The night was silent, with only the occasional rustle of leaves in the forest as Yuta tracked Hanami, who was carrying the injured Jogo, nothing more than his head at this point. The darkness did little to obscure Yuta's with his good sensing, and Sharingan helped him along the way. This might be the only fight where Yuta wasn't that worried about losing HT that much, because soon it was about to renew and he still had enough in the tank. Finally, he caught up to them. He saw Hanami, who had strange plant roots protruding out instead of eyes, and one hand wrapped with cloth. On the other, he was holding Jogo's severed head. Hanami, sensing Yuta's presence finally as he heard the moment around him, stopped. He still was able to sense any curse energy around him, so he wasn't sure what he was dealing with. You sure run fast. Yuta then dropped from the sky in front of Hanami with a bang and said as blue lightning was cracking around him. And eyes were red, indicating that he was using Sharingan all the time right now. Again, only a few times did he have the luxury to use HT without worry. And today was that day. Hanami was confused. He didn't sense any curse energy from the human in front of him, even after being so close to him. He can't say that this human was not a Jujutsu sorcerer, either, considering how the blue light and lightning were emanating around him, making him both vigilant and confused. So to understand whether the human was really any threat to him, he used his plant-based ability to manipulate plants around him to move their roots to attack Yuta. Yuta, seeing the spirit suddenly manipulating the trees around him, was stunned. Dude, I just got Madara's power, and now I even have a cheap version of Hashirama. Are you kidding me? The attack from Hanami was just a test, so it hardly had enough power. Yuta easily dodged the attack. Tempest Kick. When upon seeing more roots coming towards him, he jumped fight and used a Tempest Kick, cutting those roots as a powerful pressurized blade of wind was generated from his kick, cutting everything in their path. Hanami gently set Jogo down and turned to face Yuta. Seeing this much was enough to realize that Yuta was no ordinary human. It still confused him as to why he couldn't sense curse energy around him, but it didn't matter in the end. If he wanted to get out of there and take Jogo with him, he needed to take down the human in front of him first. You're persistent, Hanami said, their voice calm but firm. I don't know how you are hiding your curse energy, sorcerer, but you shouldn't have targeted me right in a forest. This is my territory, Hanami said, as it felt like the forest itself came to life as strange sounds came from it, like agreeing with him. Yuta didn't reply. He simply smirked, his body surging with energy. The air crackled around him as he prepared for the fight. He knew that if he opened his mouth right now, he's surely going to shout. Hashirama. I mean, how can he stop himself at this point? Hanami's vines began to move, slithering across the ground like serpents. The battle began with a sudden burst of movement. Yuta dashed forward, aiming a powerful punch at Hanami. With Sora, he all but vanished from his place. Using OFA at 40% was enough to even put someone like Sukuna helpless, so though the current Hanami was stronger than only 5% power Sukuna, but still Yuta won't be that much behind. And Sukuna also makes things up with his broken curse technique. Seeing how fast was Yuta, was a shock to Hanami. It wasn't much different to him than Boogie Woogie. Yuta almost appeared in front of Hanami point blank. Well, almost. The cursed spirit blocked it with a thick vine, the force of the impact sending shockwaves through the forest. Hanami was sent back with just his force alone, but he balanced himself even after getting staggered and countered with a flurry of vines, trying to ensnare Yuta. With Sharingan, his dynamic vision was improved to the degree that he saw all the attacks coming at him, and with excellent guidance from Spider Sense, he dodged all of them. Yuta dodged and weaved through the vines, his speed and agility making it difficult for Hanami to land a hit. How fast could vines be anyway? So Yuta suddenly vanished again, making Hanami stunned. He appeared in front of him and delivered an OFA 40 infused punch right at Hanami's torso, sending him flying back by this attack. This attack was even stronger than what Yuji was able to deliver with his Black Flash. Hanami staggers and winces in pain, but still uses vines to stop himself and then parry another attack coming at him. With a burst of energy, Yuta leapt into the air and brought his fist down in a powerful smash. It was getting harder for him to move and land, as vines at this point were everywhere. Hanami dodged at the last moment, and an attack from high up wasn't fast enough to actually land, though Yuta wasn't actually aiming for that anyway. The ground where Yuta's fist landed erupted in a shower of dirt and debris, almost eradicating all the vines around the place. Hanami, seeing this, pursed his lips as he now knew that he needed to give more of his power in this fight. This was no normal sorcerer, so he summoned a massive tree from the ground, its branches swinging toward Yuta with deadly force. Yuta dodged and sliced through the branches with his fists, his movements a blur. If only I'd gotten something like a Mataratsu, would have been really useful just right now. Yuta pondered as he thought about using his other powers as well. Otherwise, what is the point of fighting here with this plant besides the reward from the system? Let's start with that passive power. Yuta thought as his Sharingan spun and morphed into the Mangekyo state. EMS buff. Suddenly, he felt his body swell slightly as his muscles grew in size. And then the OFA, which had active automatically, was turned from 40% to 50%. Feeling the power in his body grow, he breathed with amazement. Earlier, he wasn't actually able to use this as he didn't move at all. No thanks to the place he checked this power, but now he can fully experience this. This is the best power buff so far. It costs exactly like a normal Sharingan, and by just increasing the efficiency, he was stronger. I'd rather use this over King's Engine if all I need is a small boost in power. And due to this power being an ability from Sharingan, maybe by using more HT, I can improve this. Maybe. He charged at Hanami again. This time, even Hanami wasn't able to trace his movements. He could only passively defend himself as a devastating punch was delivered to his head. Thankfully, he defended in time, but still, he was thrown back. The two clashed repeatedly, the forest around them becoming a battlefield of broken trees and churned earth. Hanami's vines lashed out like whips, each strike powerful enough to break bones. Well, not Yuta's bones, as none of the attacks ever hit. Yuta dodged and countered all of them with punches and kicks, each hit infused with one for all's power. He has to say that the combination of both Sharingan and Spider Sense was insane. Hanami gritted his teeth. He didn't want to waste time here. He put his single hand down in the ground, and suddenly a garden of flower petals, each one razor-sharp and deadly, grew. The petals swirled around Yuta, cutting into his skin. Yuta gritted his teeth and activated his reverse curse technique, healing his wounds as quickly as they appeared. Is that one of those bleach techniques? Man, this guy is getting more troublesome suddenly. Yuta almost muttered under his breath as he knocked his fist back and shouted, "Smash!" This created an enormous amount of air pressure, making all those petals scattered away. Asterisk, get it, scattered away? He then used a burst of speed to close the distance between them, landing a powerful kick that sent Hanami crashing into a tree. Hanami quickly recovered, vines snaking toward Yuta once more. Yuta grabbed one of the vines and used it to swing himself toward Hanami, delivering a devastating punch to their midsection. "Sa, human, you pushed me to do this." Hanami grit his teeth as he coughs a little blood, which to Yuta's surprise is red and like any human blood. Strange. But what was really strange was that after that Hanami removed the cloth which was covering his left hand, revealing his pitch-black left hand, which was a beautiful big flower blooming at his shoulder. This is some sort of power-up. I didn't want to do this. But you push me, human. Hanami shouted as he put his hand to the ground, and then suddenly his to Yuta's amazement, the surrounding trees. No, not just some trees, but the entire forest started to wither away as Yuta felt that Hanami's power growing. He absorbs their power, turn their life energy into curse energy. Damn, isn't that like Sage Mode? How much this guy stole from Hashirama? Seems like I wasted too much time testing out powers. Yuta purses his lips. He wasn't worried even right now. At best, he can run, but it won't come to that. Hanami here apparently has no domain other than he would have used it by now. Yuta was always on his guard to dodge back, just in case that was the case. Seems like I have to take this fight seriously now. Yuta muttered as a little smile appeared on his face. It's been so long since he really went all out. If only I could get my hands on some alcohol. But this place is even worse than MHA when it comes to minors drinking laws, he complained internally. He tried really hard, but no matter where he went, no one would give him a drink. At one point, he was even pondering to break in and steal some, or just outright use his Sharingan to acquire some. And after seeing this, he knew that he should have. Yuta watched as his opponents were stronger than before and prepared for battle, his expression serious. On one side, he evaded a weak attack from plants, and on the other side, he defended himself somehow from a much more powerful plant-based attack from Hanami. But then, to Hanami's surprise, Yuta smiled. It was a smile that held no fear, only confidence and resolve. Great. I was looking for a good fighting for some time. You gave me just the right motivation to make my heart race. Yuta laughed. He crouched low, his fist touching the ground while the other hand was on his knees. A very iconic position for any One Piece fan. Suddenly a sound spread around the entire forest, making a chill creep up to Hanami, who were the closest to this sound. The calm forest was broken, as a rhythmic sound broke out. Dum-dum-dum, dum-dum-dum, dum-dum-dum-dum.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.